the start. So build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart. I'll be over at 10, you told me time and again, but you're late. I waited around and then I run to the door. I can't take anymore. It's not you. You let me down again. Baby, baby, try to find a little time and I'll make you happy. I'll be home, I'll be beside the phone waiting for you. Why do you build me up, buttercup, baby, just to let me down and mess me around? And then worst of all, you never call, baby, when you say you will. But I love you still, I need you more than anyone, darling. You know that I have from the start. So build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart. You are my toy, but I could be the boy you adore if you just let me know. Although you are true, I'm attracted to you all the more. Why do I need you so? Baby, baby, try to find a little time and I'll make you happy. I'll be home, I'll be beside the phone waiting for you. Why do you build me up, buttercup, baby, just to let me down and mess me around? And then worst of all, you never call, baby, when you say you will. But I love you still, I need you more than anyone, darling. You know that I have from the start. So build me up, buttercup, don't break my heart. I need you more than anyone, baby. You know that I have from the start.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me, cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. 5 days since you laughed at me, saying get back together, come back and see me. 3 days since the living room, I realized it's all my fault but couldn't tell you. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, but it'll still be 2 days till I say I'm sorry.
Hold it now and watch a hoodwink. Does it make you stop think? You'll think you're looking at Aquaman. I summon fish to the dish, although I like the chalet Swiss. I like the sushi cause it's never touch a frying pan. Hot like wasabi when I bust rhymes. Speak like Leanne rhymes because I'm all about value. Bert Camper's got the mad hits. You try to match wits, you try to hold me but I bust through. Gonna make a break and take a fake out like a sink and they can shake out like vanilla. It's the finest of the flavors. Gonna see the show cause then you'll know the vertigo is gonna go cause it's so dangerous you'll have to sign a waiver. Can't I help it if I think you're funny when you're mad? Trying hard not to smile though I feel bad. I'm the kind of guy who laughs at a funeral. Can't understand what I mean, well you soon will. I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of taking off my shirt.
It's been 1 week since you looked at me, threw your arms in the air and said you're crazy. 5 days since you tackled me, I still got the red burns on both my knees. It's been 3 days since the afternoon, you realize it's not my fault but a moment too soon. Yesterday you'd forgiven me, and now I'll sit back and wait till you say you're sorry.
China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops sticking. Watching X-Files with no lights on, with all our maisons. I hope the smoking man's in this one like Harrison Ford. I'm getting frantic, like Stingham Tantric.
easy feeling and a deep feeling.
好，恭喜莫言获得了广州站的冠军。欢迎大家来到我们的炉石传说黄金大公开赛上海站。
我这次来是专程因为《电竞之星》那个卡背来的。
这一次也是我第一次来到炉石的线下的比赛。
我是来自新疆乌鲁木齐，现场气氛我觉得挺好的，大家都很热情，
大家都是一起喜欢玩游戏的人，聚在一起感觉很开心。
其实每站黄金赛都是就是像一个炉石的聚会一样，我觉得这种感觉特别好。 我爱炉石，我爱炉石，我爱炉石，打得不错。
我爱玩炉石，
我爱炉石。
我们是飞儿乐队，
来自埃及俱乐部的新苏。
大家好，我是雪兔。
大家好，我是爱陈潇。
我是嘎宇中。
我是易进贤。
是牛逼战队少帮主，在这里祝大家新年快乐！
新年快乐！
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 开开心心，快快乐乐，每天都快乐。
让大家在新的一年里
身体健康，
万事如意，
心想事成。
打炉石能够天天闲抽，
多打12胜，多多开橙卡。
这个拜年话都让我们说了，那之后说什么？
那我们就祝大家新年大吉！
祝你们
新年大吉！
祝大家2017年新年大吉！
祝大家新年快乐！
各位星际争霸的观众朋友们，各位网易的游戏玩家们，大家好，我是小色。
大家好，我是91。在
新的一年，我也不知道网易的哪个人想出来的，让我们来祝福，就特别让我来祝福啊，这不。当然呢，没办法，我这个还是要祝福一下大家。那我就在2017年祝福大家，找不到女朋友的就找不到女朋友啊，赚不到钱的也赚不到钱。剩下的好像穷和女朋友都有了，其他也不需要什么了吧？啊，当然游戏水平可能会越来越低。
我觉得你说的东西都错的。我应该祝大家在2017年有一个好的身体，毕竟身体才是第一位。然后祝大家在工作事业上都能够，包括学习上都能够更加上进。
最后呢，我们还是祝大家新年快乐吧！ 新年快乐，快乐，快乐，快乐！
加基森，充满机遇的都市。
加基森，校园弥漫之间。加基森，处处都有欺骗。枪声响，叮当叮叮当，和宝球鼓鼓当当。加基森从来没有底线。加基森哪儿都危险。消灭对手和帮助梦游，我们穿梭在街上。看看你的周围，坏蛋成堆，
好戏就要上演了。
这就是加基森。
现在谁才是老大？
观众朋友们，大家晚上好，欢迎收看由网易暴雪联合主办 VSPN 承办的炉石传说黄金国际挑战赛中美擂台赛。
以他的视角来看，还没有死。
对，那就是我们恭喜驴哥先拿下了第一局。对，有没有伤害？哎，这场牌不错，来个法强，不错，赢了。
现在就差一摇一个法强就赢了。
对。
有没有
法强？哇
哦，厉害了！
果然驴哥还是天选之人，这个 ID 改的好啊，
对得起这个 ID。
实在不行硬币羊吧。
可以。
因为这波再不出的话，就真的没有机会出了。好，看看发财，哇哦，都没了。哦，这两张牌是最好两张牌了。对。那如果拉个4个15的话，就直接不用玩了。对。然后那个火把就把那个。这个也能接受吧？哎，这样打的话好像不死吧？就是虽然错2个，但没有意义了，其实无所谓了。
是的。
玩火球还没这就死了。
还是硬币宝典好，因为他在这回合只要不硬币宝典，
对，
那么后面的手牌会越来越多了。
因为这个宝典早点抽到的话，万一来点过牌什么的也能早点出。这个也可以说是驴哥可能正好看到对面是6费，准备在6费和你可能出大地的情况下，先优先下个变羊，这样的话这样的话你再也没有一个能斩杀我的方法了。哇，这个太赚了。
那这个羊
是啊，
赚大发了。
全打脸，我们剩个1、2、3、4、5、6、7，打一下吧，打一下。
闭眼就打了，
闭眼就打了吧。1/7的概率要乘以8，就是万一来一个呢？万一这个，全 A 掉行吗？全 A 掉不可能的，这不可能全解的，只有全打脸的一种选项。哎呀，
第一下就歪了。
大家好，我是中国队的 Jason 周，中美对抗赛我来收菜了。
Well, I've played against Jason Zhou twice already, so what I want to tell them is that this time we are winning.
现在贼是算着牌不打，伤害也不够了。好，横棍，那这样你就死了呀，成功就够了呀。现在是2比0，Jason 周的一个赛点，只要电死1个2、3就 OK， 对吧？电死1个2、3就赚了。
是。
对，对面都没牌了，也没找到术士。是的，幸亏没找到术士。好，看看这道是什么？哦，基本上是最好的选择了。对，这两个是最好是3-3-3。
对，没有他那不一样。
行，
就直接10把闪电风暴清了。他无论是从场面、手牌，包括现在血量都是优势了。
而且战斗了，随便。好，那么好，我们也是恭喜 Jason 周。
Alright, looks like we're about ready to get started. I am Firebat, and this is NA versus CN, day number 2, the unleashing of the noodle. So, a little bit of a recap of kind of what's happened so far in the tournament in case you haven't been watching. The tournament started out with day 1, obviously, and on day 1, we had 5 players standing from NA up against 5 players from CN. Now, after the events of day 1, some of the players have lost, some of the players have won. When you've lost a match, you get defeated. You're not able to participate for the rest of that round. So this is still round 1. And I think we'll pull up a screen here pretty soon that'll kind of go over. Yeah, you can kind of see it in the background there. So, day 1, we opened with Dog from North America, and he faced off against LVGE from CN, and was defeated 3-0. So Dog is out for the rest of round 1, where LVGN stayed remaining up at the table to play the next competitor. And then, to challenge him, Frozen was summoned, and also got defeated 3-0. And then, the third player to come and try and challenge LVGE, the team coach, was Cydonia. And Cydonia was actually able to win that one, 3-1, getting NA on the board. And then CN had to send out another player to try and take down Cydonia. And they took the Cydonia Slayer, of course, came out to challenge him. The guy that has been able to beat Cydonia in like almost every tournament that Cydonia hasn't won. He's been eliminated by Jason Zhao, who recently, I guess, changed his name to Jason Z, it looks like, on the overlays. So I started calling him Jay-Z. Seems kind of fitting. But he's got swag like Jay-Z, doesn't he? Like, he's like a Chinese version of Jay-Z. He pulls out the fan at the end and fanning himself with the BM. Like, the guy clearly has swag. I'm just excited that the strawberries are gone. Someone finally ate them. That was pissing me off. The decorative strawberries were just sitting there all day. Anyway, prize money. Round 1, 1,500, not US dollars, but RMB to the winning team. Gets divided among their 5 players. Round 2, same sort of deal. And round 3, 300,000 RMB. So that's a lot of money. You can Google how much it translates to in US dollars. But on top of that, there's individual bonus prizes that you don't have to share with the team. So the key number corresponds to the amount of wins you get. So if you stand up there and just slay the entire team, so if the noodle gets unleashed and then sweeps the entire team, he's going to have an extra 25,000 RMB in his pocket. So that's very exciting. And round 1 is Conquest with a ban. So you bring 4 decks, ban 1, you play Conquest. We've all played Hearthstone before. We've seen Conquest. The interesting thing is round 2 is Last Hero Standing, and then round 3 is Conquest Best of 7. So it's pretty sweet that there's different formats, different variations going on, and that it's 3 tournaments all packed into one. It's like a super tournament. So I like it a lot because it's really a bummer to fly all the way to China just for 1 tournament. But if you fly to China for 3 tournaments, now that's a deal. That's a package, basically. We had E-Star. That's a Jason Z's team. Jay-Z, E-Star, repping the team, repping China. Been crushing it lately. You know, you can see there. He was at BlizzCon competing there. Omega Zero also was one of the competitors at BlizzCon. He is, I think, number 1 in points in China right now. And every player on the Chinese team actually has qualified for the upcoming Winter Hearthstone Championship, except for Jason Zhao. He's the invite from the Chinese team, so he is not yet qualified. But they have a different kind of qualification system there, that you have to kind of place well in a tournament to qualify for the World Championship instead of gathering ladder points. So every single player on the entire Chinese roster here, except for Jason Zhao, is currently already qualified for the World Championship Regional, which is impressive. That's not easy to do. You gotta definitely put some numbers in there and win a tournament quite recently. So all of these guys, terrific accomplishments thus far, and they've shown it. They came out really strong. Their first guy that they launched at the team was, on paper, their weakest guy, LVGE, and he took out 2 guys before going down. Sidonia here, he's probably the most currently accomplished in the last 2 months, I'd say. So he's the guy that's having the most of a hot streak for the North American team right now. He was at BlizzCon, he's killing it. He was just competing in China, got second in a tournament there. Frozen, he was doing really well at the beginning of 2016, but then, there wasn't too many tournaments towards the end of 2016. There was just DreamHack winner. He did all right there. He got top 16, but didn't make the top 8 cut. Chalky hasn't done too much since DreamHack Austin. It's just mainly a lack of tournaments in the North American scene is why we can't say recent achievements of these guys, because there's been nothing recently to compete in. And Dog, same sort of story. You see they all have 2015 DreamHack on there because you can't really fly to Sweden every other week to try and compete in the DreamHacks and whatnot. So, but it's starting to pick up in the NA scene. You got DreamHack Austin coming over. There's a few this year. Definitely the circuits are going to be picking up for 2017. And then we have Rained here, who's actually got his latest tournament achievement was in China. He's been a big fan of the Chinese scene, big fan of competing in China. And he's been doing quite well over there. You see there, he's got the OGN little achievement at the bottom. So I honestly didn't know Rained was as competitive as he is, but looking into and researching him, the guy's been competing in random leagues and whatnot all over China. You just don't see him advertised too well on Twitch. They're on the other streaming websites where a little bit harder to find information about if you don't speak the language. But we're trying to change that. We're trying to bring you the Chinese Hearthstone scene right now, actually. You're involved in it. Pat yourself on the back for that. We're changing Hearthstone, globalizing it, one step at a time. It's pretty sweet. There's the rundown of what's happened. So, today's going to start off with Jay-Z from the CN team facing off against either Chalky or Rained. And North America can only lose twice. They have to win 4 times to be able to take the series, while as CN only has to win 2 times because that's how much players are left. So either Chalky or Noodle is going to stand up to Jay-Z and hopefully defeat him for their sake, and then they can try and pick apart this devastating lineup in front of him here. I don't know if they can take it, man. I think, I as far as national pride is concerned, I'm the biggest advocate of NA. They're the best. Love the NA. But they got a tall order in front of them, and they were not looking sharp yesterday. They were not getting the draws they needed in certain positions, and I think they got a little bit tilted along the way there with some of the 3-0s. Some of the 3-0s probably shouldn't have been 3-0s. They definitely weren't in favored positions to take the series at any point, but I think that they let the draws get inside their head a little bit, and that can happen when you fly all the way to China, and then you're like, I've spent so much time investment to just do this, and then as soon as I get here, I start drawing like garbage, and then that can really mess with your emotions, and it can be tough to recover from. So hopefully Team NA's gotten a little bit of a break, got to go to those fancy hotels and relax a little bit. The Chinese hotels for all the tournaments are always insane. They really take good care of the players. They put you up at these crazy 5-star super mansion hotels. Alright, is it Chalky or Noodle? And the buffets are just delicious. Of course it's Chalky. They're saving Noodle for last. The final boss to try and sweep the entire team if Chalky fails them. But Big Sock Chalk, not to be trifled with. He usually puts up pretty good numbers. The latest big achievement that we're going to see out of Chalky was the DreamHack Austin, where he took his first place in a major, winning him a cold hard $8,000 US, taking it over Terrence M. Since then, no real big money winners. He got a 3rd to 4th at the Hearthstone Invitational 2 from Xfinity. So you gotta imagine that's probably his cable provider. Chalky's a giant too. It's hard to tell because the chairs are so big, but Chalky's he's gotta be 6'4". Guy's huge. He stands out in China like a sore thumb. You're sitting on a train or a subway or whatever in China, you're looking across, you see 1,000 people between you and Chalky, you're still gonna be able to pick out Chalky of that crowd easily over the top. Guy's tall. Chalky versus Jay-Z. You know, I once talked with Chalky for an extended period of time about just random stuff. We were playing a Path of Exile together and just grinding levels and whatnot. And so there's a lot of downtime and he gets talking to people. And I asked him about his name and what it means. And he said it's just like a random thing. But evidently, it also means an Indian rice grinder. So there's a little fun fact of the day about Chalky for you. His name means Indian rice grinder. It appears they think Chalky's favored to take it. 3 votes Chalky, 1 vote blank. They don't have very much confidence in their own team. I don't know. Okay. I mean, I think Chalky's great. And, I mean, they're queuing it up probably for a reason. All right. Into the deck list breakdown. The Reno Mage. Reno Mage has been a give-and-take deck. You know, for some players, it's been given a lot. They've been drawn really well with it. And then for other players like Dog, it's been taken a lot. He was unable to really make his Reno Mage connect. But the Reno Mage Mirror, interesting. We got a lot of tech choices here for Chalky. He's got the Ragnaros Firelord, the Faceless Summoner, and the Elise. So this looks like a minion-based pressure with an Elise finisher at the end. Whereas from Jay-Z, we got the more traditional Reno Mage. One of the best cards against Reno Mage is definitely Ragnaros. If they don't have the polymorph for it, they can have a real hard time cleaning it up. And if you can get a Faceless Summoner into coin Ragnaros sort of curve or something like that, you can overwhelm them with minion pressure and get lots of tempo on the field extremely quickly. I'm interested to see really what Elise is going to do, though. And could be quite good, or it could be absolutely terrible. I haven't really played around with it too much in Reno Mage. You never feel like you need any more value in Reno Mage with the Kazakis potions and whatnot. You always feel like you have stuff to do forever, and you could potentially run Manic Soulcaster instead of Elise, which has always seemed better to me, but he's got it in there for a reason. There's got to be a plan behind it, so I'd like to see how that works out. Maybe it's not in there for this matchup, but it's in there for some matchup, obviously. So, I don't know if you'd call Elise, Ragnaros, Faceless Summoner a greedy or not greedy Reno Mage. Maybe he's cutting something like Ragnaros. We don't really know. Actually, we do know. We can look at this deck list right here. I have it. So let's see. The breakdown of the deck list. He still has Alexstrasza in there. He doesn't have an Archmage Antonidas or a Kabbalist Tome. So that's kind of the slot. Oh, he's got a Manic Soulcaster and an Elise. Oh, wow. Big Sock Chalk, not messing around. He's got Cold Light Oracle, too. He is going to be very favored in the control matchups because he can get the Bran Bronzebeard plus Elise Starseeker combo, which is going to add 2 maps to his deck, which is essentially adding an extra card to your deck. And then, while the Bran's still on the field, you can drop the Manic Soulcaster on the Elise for the uber 10 mana combo, adding 2 Elises back into your deck, or probably 2 Brands was also pretty good. But if you had 2 Elises back in your deck, then you add 2 additional cards that way. And then when you draw those Elises, they don't really count as drawing a card because they add another map back to your deck. So you can get the Golden Monkey extremely quickly while saturating the amount of cards in your deck by a huge margin. You gotta add an extra 3 cards to your deck. Or more. You gotta add like an extra 5 cards to your deck. It's like playing... What's that card? The demon guy. It's playing Malkazar in your deck without the drawback of Malkazar. That's a crazy control build. Wow. Manic Soulcaster and Elise and Cold Light. And Ragnaros. So you gotta imagine Chalky's favored in this matchup. He's got the control tools for days. He could probably take Jason to fatigue or potentially just outvalue him with tons of extra cards on him. Off the mulligan here. Probably not going to want to keep Alexstrasza as it costs 9. Doomsayer, not particularly strong in the matchup, so you can likely just throw that back. And Frostbolt, not really that strong either. There's not 2 drops or 3 drops you're going to be seeing out, but Chalky does decide to keep the Doomsayer. Doomsayer's okay for, I guess, interacting with Acolyte or in case your opponent just has some crazy fast start that you can't interact with yourself, or just taking initiative, I guess, onto a key turn where you want to develop. So, I can understand it. Forbidden Flame, high value card off the Babbling Book. That's pretty key. You want to try and find lots of high value cards as fast as you can. Matchup is about value and about tempo at the same time. It's one of those really weird matchups that oftentimes has the passive player and the aggressor, and then there's a switch in the middle. So, when you're being the aggressor, oftentimes you have to play into AoEs, and you have to play into removal, which can cause your resources to line up inefficiently. However, if they don't have the AoEs, or they don't have the removal, and you get in extra damage, at some ratio, damage converts into value. The value of punching your opponent in the face. There is value to that. Like, a lot of times you'll hear people say, yeah, but you're not killing a card or whatever. Well, sometimes 6 life is a card, because then they have to use their cards inefficiently to play around Burst or what have you. They get less value out of Reno. All of these things kind of coincide, and you know, Hearthstone's all about the transfer of resources, the transfer of cards to life, to cards to... there's more than 2 resources. I'm just... the mana, there we go. That's the 3rd one. So, it's really interesting, and currently speaking, I don't think either player has established the role of the defensive player or the aggressor yet. Oftentimes, it's kind of dictated by deck lists. If they know each other's deck lists, then one player right off the bat can be like, well, my opponent has more threats than me. If I'm going to win this, I have to be the aggressor, force him into an uncomfortable position where he has to use resources inefficiently, or I can just kill him. And if I kill him, great, I win. If he uses resources inefficiently, that's when I can employ the switch and start going for the value and then outvalue him. So, being able to identify as the aggressor is much more difficult than being the reactive player. Being the reactive player, you just see what your opponent does, play the solution if you have it, if not, play the second best solution. And being the aggressor, what you kind of have to do is attack as much as possible without overextending and playing into AoEs, but still putting enough pressure to force them to have to do it. And then once they've done enough, oh my god, that's actually huge. Manic Soulcaster removed from Chalky. He might have to switch to the aggression rule right off the bat now. He doesn't have a Manic Soulcaster. I believe Jay-Z has a Manic Soulcaster. That's going to be a lot of additional card count in the deck. If it goes to Fatigue, Jay-Z is going to have a huge advantage. And he can have 2 additional Kazakuses up on Chalky, which is devastating for value. So Chalky has to be looking at some ways that he can try and seize tempo. And he has to be able to utilize that tempo, capitalize on it, force Jay-Z to use his resources inefficiently, and then most likely you just have to switch, because you cannot really kill Reno Mage. They do a really good job, and there's the Manic Soulcaster from Jason. Barring a very good Dirty Rat from Chalky, Jason has a huge advantage going forward. So, the switch is very important because killing Reno Mage is very difficult. Ragnaros in the build from Chalky can help out a lot with that, but it's still at the same time, they have such great heal, they have Ice Block, they have such great removal, they have temporary freezes, they have powerful AoE with Kazakus, so most of the time, you're never really going to kill him with straight burn. And so, ooh, Questing Adventure. Wow, is this going to force out a Blizzard? You might have to do it. I don't think you want to let that guy grow. Wow, that is what he's looking for right there. Chalky just got the free minion off of his Faceless Summoner answered by a Blizzard. So he took out a very powerful stall card from Jason with half of a card from his own arsenal. Now, it'd be interesting to see how much he wants to commit to aggression here, because you could even, if you want to go full out, the aggressive full outline is Firelands Portal Face, which I do not recommend, because you have that pretty little Alexstrasza. And one of the great ways you can win when you're down the Manic Soulcaster and you're trying to go for the aggressive route is offensively Alexing them and then dealing a bunch of damage with the board in the same turn. And if they don't have Reno, they just lose. You know, they don't have Reno every time. Contrary to what you might experience on ladder, they don't have it every time. But yeah, as you can see, like this hand from Jason, it's going to be tough to kill him. Like, trying to aggro that hand down, oof, good luck. I mean, Chalky's good at aggro, you know, he's a very popular player in the Face Hunter meta, but He's got his work cut out for him. Ragnaros right off the top there, though. That's a smooth pickup. You just saw your opponent use a Forbidden Flame. Forbidden Flame would be a fantastic answer for Ragnaros. That's gone. You got a 50-50 to clear the board, keep your Water Elemental healthy. You also have the Firelance Portal, which is extremely tempting. Two very powerful options. It's going to take the low-risk play. Not looking for the high reward. Also, this does allow you to preserve the Ragnaros guaranteed 8 to face later on, potentially. But yeah, low-risk play from Chalky, which means he thinks he's comfortable in his position, right? If you're uncomfortable in your position, then you're going to take higher risk plays and look to try and get rewarded by them. But he's comfortable. He's at home with having lost the Manic Soulcaster. He still thinks he can just play it safe, use his tempo lead currently to put himself in a favorable position in the game. The earlier you play Rag, the less likely they have Polymorph for it. Unless you're trying to save it for some sort of setup, like get some Emperor discount on Rag and do other things with it and what have you. But yeah, it looks like the offensive Alexstrasza is happening. This is really good when your opponent doesn't have Reno. He's going to be a little bit sad that there's a Reno, but at the same time, that's an 8-8. That's a big old clump of stats. That is not easy to deal with, and it's going to be followed up by yet another 8-8. So he could find himself in a little bit of a pickle here, Jay-Z that is, because that is a lot of pressure coming out. And I know I've been saying how hard it is to kill Reno Mage, but if Jason's not able to pick up some single target removal soon, Reno Mage might just die. Looks like he's gonna set up the ice block this turn and try and just milk that Reno value. Buy himself additional turns to try and answer the board. Oh wow. Frost Nova comes out, huh? Now you can't Reno and Frost Nova in the same turn, but he really doesn't want his block to get popped this turn, it seems. Tries to play around Fireball and the likes of that. Interesting. That is a powerful Dirty Rat too. All of the cards in Jason's hand are essential pieces. Dirty Rat Flamestrike is not that appealing though. If he hits the Reno. He hits the Reno! Oh my. Tides are turning now. When the aggressive player removes your Reno from your hand, you're in a bad spot. And not only is it like super good because now Chalky is threatening a lot more damage, he's threatening a lot more lethal, he just removed loads of value from Jason's hand. So Jason would have been able to in the future use Reno to heal himself back up and not have to worry about dying, which meant he could play a lot more flexibly with his AoEs, he could play a lot more flexibly with his removal. Now, all of his removal is, I must kill the minions, I must use it. So, since it's in a must-use situation, Chalky can use that to his advantage and pressure, less. And so, still bait the removal out of Jason's hand, which is then going to incur value from Chalky's side, and we could see him potentially try and set up situations to start going for that switch I've been talking about the entire game. So now the pressure's starting to fizzle out, but not completely done yet. Ragnaros still looms around the corner. The tech card in his deck. For this purpose, probably. The purpose of being able to be the aggressor more efficiently. I think it's a lot better than Kabbalist Tome, which is what a lot of people would be running in that slot, or Archmage Antonitis is another tool that people put in that slot, and Ragnaros is just a well-rounded, good card for everyday situations. You can't go wrong with the Fire Lord, so I think the tech choice is just beautiful. Alright, Ragnaros threatening lethal. Jason, not too many options here on ways to remove it. Well, no options on ways to remove it. He's just got to ignore it and hope for the best. It's ugly. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel, Jason. Just lean back in the chair. Oh man, setting up to kill it. He's thinking about the cards in his deck and trying to set up ways that he can remove this Ragnaros after he gets popped. Setting it down to 4 health allows potentially Forgotten Torch to be able to kill it. Flame Strike's already been used. Fireball's been used. So he has Polymorph, Forgotten Torch, Kazakis. Could also potentially, Kazakis 5 mana AoE plus armor. Sets up for that. So he sets up for 2 cards in his deck to try and be able to clear it. Not so many healing cards in the Reno Mage deck. Chalky doesn't have Earthen Ring Farseer, so he can't turn the middle card there into burn, but it's a cute one a lot of the time. So he just goes with the minion. Makes the most sense to me. He's going to space out the cards, you know, hold back the minion, play around that Kazakis AoE. Very smart. He doesn't need to commit additional resources into this board. And that's a solid pop. Okay. Jason's not quite dead yet. He can heal up with Alexstrasza and Arcane Blast. This Ragnaros, though, is just... It's just farming value. The thing it's a value machine. It's dealt 16 face damage thus far. And it's threatening to potentially either do an additional 8 face damage or kill an Alexstrasza. So as this game goes longer now, even though Chalky has lost the Manic Soulcaster, because of the way Jason had to react to Chalky's aggression, Chalky's ahead on resources. And Chalky's most likely going to kill him as this goes on because he's got the answer to the 8-8. Jason needs a miracle. This could do it. This is the final wave from Chalky too, so if he's able to stabilize here, he's in business. Faceless Manipulator, not going to do it. Still not committing the tempo brand. He knows he needs this value. If he tries too desperately to stay alive, then he'll get choked out and die in the end anyway. The heal remaining in Jason's deck is potentially an Earthen Ring Farseer. We've seen Vendor, we've seen Reno, we've seen Alexstrasza, so he's got at max 3 heal in the deck. Tempo Reno comes out from Chalky. He smells blood. Kabbalah's Tome could find additional healing, I guess, in the form of like an Ice Barrier, but that's not going to stop the ping over the top from Chalky. That looks like it. And Chalky takes game 1 over Jason Zhao. Pretty crazy. Dirty Rats from both sides really changed the way that matchup typically goes. It sped it up a lot, right? The Dirty Rats both soaked out huge amounts of value from either players and kind of dictated the lines they had to take across the course of the game. And Jason just didn't find, you know, Polymorph. But we can look back at that game. He had the Forbidden Flame, and he used it for tempo. He did not expect Ragnaros, he did not expect Alexstrasza, both of the 8-8s coming out so early. And that really cost him, since he had to use Fireball on a suboptimal minion. I think it was a Water Elemental he Fireballed, and he Forbidden Flamed something with 3 health, with an like Azure Drake Forbidden Flamed on 7. These are cards he could have saved to try and answer Ragnaros. May have used resources a little bit too hastily to try and get board control. And didn't draw into the additional single target removal there. He didn't draw into his own Forbidden Flame, he found it off Babbling Book, and he didn't draw into Polymorph at all that game. both of those cards would have been, you know, kind of the difference for Jason there. If he had found either one of those cards, he probably would have been able to hold off the initial push from Chalky. Who's to say if he's going to win? You know, I'm just saying he's not going to die in the immediate, and then we would have gotten to see the whole resource battle sort of grind where maybe Jason can come back with Bran, Kazakis, Manic Soulcaster, or maybe it's too late still. It's a fun matchup, man. I like the Reno matchups and dig in the tech choices. If you want to check out the decks that the Team NA is playing, they are available. You can go to gosugamers.net, go to the Hearthstone section, and there's an article with the deck list from the CN versus NA Championship. They don't have the CN decks, but they got the NA decks. And I'm more interested in the CN decks, honestly. Look at this. They got some wacky stuff over there. We got the Ooze Holy Fire Dragon Priest up against the Dragon Priest from Chalky. It's another mirror. It looks like Chalky has Entomb and Cabal Shadow Priest in the Dragon Priest. These are some wacky cards, man. Cabal, huh? So Entomb's going to help him deal with big threats, you know, generally outvaluing your opponent too. It's a pretty powerful card in control matchups, a lot weaker against aggro, but not that bad against aggro. And the Cabal Shadow Priest, a card you don't really see in Priest anymore. What does it really hit in the current metagame that Chalky's kind of going after? Like, you can hit some of the Pirates, I guess, against Shaman. You can hit Feral Spirits or Flame Tongue Totem or Manatide Totem if you're expecting mid-range Shaman, which I do believe is in the arsenal for Jason Zhao. He does have the mid-range Shaman, so good meta call, I guess, being able to identify the players who might be running that mid-range Shaman, because that's where Cabal Shadow Priest really shines. In the Dragon Priest mirror, it's not too bad either. You can steal a Northshire Cleric, you can steal, you know, some of the Whelps or Wormrest Agent. It's a powerful swing card. Oftentimes against aggro, though, way too slow. So it's more geared towards control, I'd say, and picking off key targets. You can sometimes get a Bran Bronzebeard, too. But oftentimes it's more difficult to get a Bran Bronzebeard because the turn they play Bran, they also usually play something that works with it, which then causes the board state to be too chaotic to just play a 6-mana 4/5. Usually you have to Shadow or Death or something like that in that turn, or Entomb, you know, to try and deal with whatever Bran is caused in the nastiness department. Chalky versus Jason Z. Priest on Priest. Hot Anduin action. Holy Fire Priest versus... Holy smokes, look at, they got the same cards. Holy Fire Priest from Jason Zhao with the Ooze teched in to help deal against, you know, weapon-related things, up against Chalky's more greedy Entomb Cabal Priest. Both players have quite powerful hands. Holy Nova is one of the best cards to have on around turn 10. Not spectacular to have in the earlier stages, but also not bad. I think it's one of the most underrated cards in the matchup because it does allow you to take value trades and heal up your minions, getting them out of Blackwing Corruptor range. So if you ever get an Ezra Drake to stick, which happens whenever you're ahead, because it's very difficult for Priest to remove a 4/4 minion, especially a 4/4 minion that happens to be a dragon, you can land 3 damage Holy Novas really easily. So I was almost tempted to say keep it. It's actually quite strong in the matchup. Played a lot of Dragon Priest mirrors. Turn 1, pretty solid play for Jason, but Chalky's right back at it, same sort of play. Chalky has the Harrison Jones in his Shaman, and Jason has the Ooze in his Priest. So they both have weapon removal in their Priest builds, but Chalky's is... he sprung for the more expensive, higher value variant, whereas Jason's on the low cost, quicker, higher impact variant, which in mirrors, typically the deck that's just slightly slower has an edge. So I think the tech choices here make Chalky the slight favorite in the matchup. I like the bump. I think you want to start trading ASAP, but he's gonna start swinging face. Trading with it helps play around like weird stuff, like some power word shield, inner fire things. You start getting damage on it so that when it gets Talon Priested, you can kill it more easily. I don't know though. I guess if it does get Talon Priested, maybe you just ignore it totally, but committing to ignoring it forever can be a bummer. And then you always have to worry about inner fire killing you. And getting killed by inner fire is just embarrassing. So I try and avoid that at all costs. Love this Talon Priest. It's the best way to get the most stats on the table in a snowbally matchup. The big issue though, and this is what Chaki's thinking about, is it totally messes up the curve going forward. If you play Talon Priest next turn, then what are you going to do the turn after? So, a little bit of an internal debate there and ends up just going with the Worm Rest Agent. This is a snap Brand Bronzebeard turn for me. I think the threat of it is so powerful. Getting it on the table right now is just good enough. If your opponent has to pain instead of developing Talon Priest, then you're in business. They are going to fall so far behind on tempo because then you get to develop the Guardian. They won't have pain for that, and you get to clear their board so that the Talon Priest won't get value. The biggest thing in the matchup, in my opinion, isn't even Bran. It's most of the time trying to deny Talon Priest value and get ahead before your opponent can Holy Nova sweep your board. Making sure you have enough things on board to kill Azure Drake. Because Azure Drake into Nova, that is a nightmare for Priest to deal with in the Priest Mirror. It's just so much value because they not only get to kill your minions, but they also get to heal their minions, and that's a swing turn. But Chaki's got one play this turn. Well, I guess he could heal and pass, but it's not very good. So the thing he's thinking about is how does he want to trade this, and you kind of just have to trade the minion off. You can't just start sinking damage into Bran for no reason. It's worth noting, by the way, if Chaki did have Shadow Word Pain in that situation, I don't think it's correct to really use it on that specific turn. I think it's better to be developing and then Shadow Word Painting the turn after. Because the development is super important and Bran can't really do anything on turn 4. Like, it gives Twilight Guardian 1 extra attack. Whereas on turn 5, that's when Bran becomes busted. Because Azure Drake is live, Blackwing Corruptor is live, and our good friend the Secret Agent is reporting in for double duty. He starts working overtime. So this is the turn where it's really scary if Bran's on the field. And it's going to stick. Infinite Secret Agents. You could also look at potentially the Holy Nova since Chaki is behind, but 5-mana 5/6s are a great way to catch up as well. A lot of times Shadow Word Death is not efficient for Dragon Priest. Oftentimes, you think Shadow Word Death or Execute sort of swing turns on a big minion is super powerful and you swing the tempo. Well, Jason has played a lot of small minions this game, so if he Shadow Word Deaths, most of the time he has to just heal alongside it. Wow. That's brutal. That's going to be tough to catch back up from. Doesn't take the trade with the Brand to help out against Holy Nova and whatnot, I guess, a little bit. Doesn't want his Brand to get Blackwing Corrupted over the top. Totally reasonable. So Chaki's got a lot of value, but he's got to turn this value into tempo somehow. If he's unable to get on the board, Jason's going to continue just snowballing this board, and there's no comeback mechanism for Dragon Priest except for Deathwing. And I imagine Jason's going to try his best once he gets far enough ahead on board, hold back a Shadow Word Death, just in case your opponent is able to find that Deathwing. They don't need to run Deathwing in their deck to Deathwing you. They just need to hold Bran and look for their Discover mechanics, and they can just kind of tutor into a Deathwing a lot of the time with the Bran Discover. And if you're not holding back a Shadow Word Death, then it can get pretty dicey pretty quick. Goes with the Discover first. instead of trying to play the Azure Drake this turn, because he wanted to try and guarantee that he has a dragon in his hand. You gotta imagine... Oh, he's going big! I thought he was gonna go for the curve here and go for the 8-drop, but this works too. Deathwing Dragonlord's a lot of pressure, and if you kill it, it just repopulates the board. It's a great way to play around Deathwing. Deathwing beats Deathwing, because your opponent plays Deathwing, and it'll kill Deathwing Dragonlord, and that'll pull all of Jason's hand onto the table. I like following the curve here. We got 4 mana. Could've went with the 4-drop. But, Jason prefers dumping out all of these little dragons. Gets a lot more stats on the table this way. 2 2/5s pulled out. Quite powerful. Rand getting traded away here. Lots of trades going down for Jason. He's worried about those potential Holy Novas. He doesn't want to allow Chalky to be able to take trades and then Holy Nova and incur a lot of value from the board. Thus doing so, though, is giving Chalky a lot of time. And Chalky needs exactly that. If Chalky gets enough time, he will win this game. Because, look at the card counts. He's got 3, 6, 7 cards in his hand. 2 of his cards draw additional cards. Bran allows the cards that draw additional cards to draw more additional cards. And meanwhile, back to camp of Jason Z, Jay-Z's a little short on resources. He doesn't have a tall stack sitting behind him there. He's got, he's got a lot on the table, not a lot in the bank. Dragonfire Potion, no help against the dragons. Power Word Shield fits the curve best for this turn. Holy Nova is the only comeback card besides Deathwing. I think you gotta take Power Word Shield though and hope you just naturally find your own Holy Novas. It's just too good for the curve right now, and you hope your opponent doesn't have death, or if they death it, you hope you can get them with the Deathwing. Oh my. That's exactly what Jay-Z needed. He's gonna be able to refill his hand, draw a bunch of cards, and keep mounting the assault. Oh my. And Chalky's gonna have to be... He has to develop into this board. And that Holy Nova, if this Cleric's still around, threatens to draw an inordinate amount of cards. Those 2 5s are gonna be able to trade into something, and then Holy Nova. Okay. The Cabal. The Cabal allows him to try and maybe take the Cleric if he wants. I'm not sure if that's even good. It might be more of a Priest of the Feast, Shadowward Pain sort of turn. Getting the Priest of the Feast down is quite powerful because you threaten to get a lot of heal out and your opponent kind of has to trade into it. It depends how safe he wants to be. You know Jason Z's got Holy Fire in the build. So that's terrifying. So yeah, Chalky going to be a little bit safe here. Goes with the Shadowward Pain play. Gotta be one of the best Shadowward Pain targets in the deck, if not the best Shadowward Pain target in the deck. And that's a full board clear with an Azure Drake secured on board, with the Holy Nova to back up the Drake. But the tech choices from Chalky starting to pay off. He can take one of those 2 5s if he wants with the Cabal Shadow Priest, and suddenly the board state's even. But an even board state while passing the board to your opponent is not good for you. You want to definitely be ahead because your opponent then has 10 mana, or in this case 9 mana, to react to what your board state is. So you got to be 9 mana ahead on board to be considered ahead, or 4.5 mana or so to be considered even. And that's just not possible for Chalky at the moment. He's still just grinding to try and get back in it. But with the Cleric gone and Jay-Z only getting 1 card off the Cleric, it is still possible to just run him out of fuel. Looks like the Holy Nova is going to be coming out this turn. Clean up the board a little bit. Doesn't get in too much chip damage this turn, but starts pulling much further ahead on board. You can see the swing there, just being able to deal a bunch of damage, heal a bunch of health. Very powerful. Well, the Brand might have to be used here for tempo just to not die. Brand Blackwing Corruptor can make quick work of the Guardian or the Azure Drake. 6.25% chance for Jason Z to draw Holy Fire. So I guess it's a one-of in his build. And that could spell the death of Chalky. I think I like removing the Guardian more than the Azure Drake. Sets up better for your Spell Power Holy Nova on the following turn. Deathwing Dragon Lord doesn't threaten to pull anything at the moment. Shadow or Death used from Jay-Z. So if Chalky is able to secure a Deathwing, he might be able to come back that way. The taunt there plays a big role in stopping the Spell Power Holy Nova though. Double death, no help, no death targets. The natural predator of Priest, the Azure Drake, doing great work on this board. But at this point, Chalky can actually pull ahead on board. He can have an Azure Drake and a 2/2 up against an Azure Drake, while his opponent only has one card. He's fought his way back. It's not enough damage yet. Jay-Z must know that Chalky has at least one death in his hands. Chalky's been holding 2 cards for the longest time and is starting to take suboptimal plays. So he knows there must be at least one death because of the amount of mana Chalky's floating and the amount of cards that have just been sitting there so long, if not 2 deaths. So he's holding back this Deathwing Dragon Lord, trying to bait out the death with the Blackwing Corruptor currently. No Holy Novas, or one Holy Nova's been used from Jason, but Chalky just wants to extend the tempo of the Harrison Jones. Wow, the Deathwing, the Dragon Lord, looking to try and close out the game immediately if there is no second death from Chalky. Both deaths used from Chalky, so now Jay-Z could still get the Deathwing Dream if he's able to draw a dragon. Chalky should be looking to put out the most pressure possible just to close this game as fast as he can before Jay-Z has an opportunity to get Deathwing and be rewarded by the fact that Chalky's out of deaths. But we do know Chalky has teched in 1 Entomb. I'm not sure if Jay-Z knows that or not, but that could be huge. Dragonfire Potion does a little bit of work here, but it's not a dragon that really helps him, so... Wow. He's just going to concede the game. There's still some fight that could have been done there. And Jason Zhao may be a bit tilted by the way that things have kind of gone out. He started out with tempo in that matchup, and in a Dragon Mirror, the player with tempo, I would say, wins 80 to 90% of the time. So, losing from that position, that can't feel good. That cannot feel good. And, you know, it's not even a shame on draws or anything. He definitely had very solid draws going forward. Chalky was just able to manage his resources well enough to barely survive. So how could have Jason been potentially more aggressive? maybe traded a little bit too much to try and play around Holy Novas and such. It's not an easy matchup, man. People think, you know, right when you get ahead, you just automatically win from that position, and if that's your mindset going into it and your mindset when you're practicing it, then you're not going to know how to most efficiently win when you're ahead. And it's all about efficiency and, you know, all of the sharp edges and maximizing percentages. So you have to actively be thinking about everything, even when it seems like a brainless matchup. But Chalky here with the Hog Rider in the Reno lock. Interesting tech choice. So he's got a 6/6 Charger. If your opponent has 6 or more cards, that's going to help him out in the Reno lock mirror. That's going to help him out against decks that often have a lot of cards in their hands. Reno Mage is one of them. Reno Mage is a matchup where you're definitely going to want a lot of pressure in, so it's a pressure card for all of the control mirrors. It seems Chalky is playing control decks geared to beat control decks, which is working out quite well, as Jason has brought all control decks. Even his Shaman is mid-range. He's got the control lineup. So Chalky was a definite good pick to queue into Jason Zhao. So they didn't show the other deck list, so I think that means Jason Zhao is just re-queuing up the deck he just lost with. So the Priest again. Oh no, we can see on his screen right there, he's got the Mage selected. So it's going to be Reno Mage from Jason Zhao up against the Reno Lock with some tech choices from Chalky. So one of the ways that this matchup can oftentimes go down is Reno Lock getting bursted over the top. And, you know, extra pressure cards can help that, because if you're putting more pressure on them, then they have less time to try and kill you. But at the same time, pressure is not directly equal to heal and sustain, so it can be a bit scary for the Reno Lock player. Starts off keeping Bran from Jason's side. Chalky's got pretty much a god hand here with the Mountain Giant and Kazakis already. I think you just pitch back the Argus and play that Mountain Giant on 4. That is the best card for Reno Lock when going first. Being able to just take 2 taps and then play that guy out there is so insanely strong. A 4 mana 8/8. Jason does have the best counterplay though, being able to drop Doomsayer on turn 3 to try and prevent it. So overall game plan here, a lot of the time as the Reno Lock player, especially when you got to start like this, you're going to be looking to rush your opponent down. You're going to be looking to try and make sure Reno Mage can't get all of the value out of their deck with Manic Soulcaster and Kazakis and Bran and all that crazy stuff, because they have to panic Kazakis early on to try and deal with your board state. And once you've done that, then you can maybe outvalue them with Jiraxis or your additional threats in the deck, because you've limited their burst, made them have to Fireball, made them have to Frostbolt to try and remove your minions. And then they have no answer to the Jiraxis transition, and then you just play Jiraxis. They don't have the burn to kill you anymore. You maintain board control, make 6/6s every turn, and then kill them that way. So, let's see. Chalky is running Jiraxis. Wow, he's got a really threat-dense build. He's got Spellbreaker in there for the Doomsayer, potentially. He's got a 6 Swamp Ooze and Toxic Sewer Ooze, so all of the weapon removal, as well as the top end of Sylvanas, Rag, and Jiraxis. But it's a no-combo variant, which has been increasingly popular on ladder, removing the combo. So, even with the Leather-clad Hog Rider, not sure if no combo is actually favored against traditional Reno Lock with the combo, but it has to be favored against Reno Mage here. It's just got so much good minion pressure in there, and that's what's important in the matchup. Jason thinking about the tempo Bran. Tempo Brand can oftentimes prevent the Mountain Giant. He doesn't opt to go with Tempo Brand or Tempo Doomsayer, so he is not going to have any counterplay on this Giant, which is fine, because he has this Flame Lance. So I think that's kind of what he's thinking about on that turn. He was like, I could Tempo Doomsayer here to try and deny my opponent from being able to kind of do anything with their turn, because then Chalky can't play Mountain Giant and he can't tap because he'll overdraw. But, you know what, I'll risk it, try and get more out of the Doomsayer later, and worst comes to worst, I have this coin Flame Lance to clean up the Giant. So I think it's a total fine line of play. Already getting in some good chip damage with this book. You know, 1-1 body, you don't think it's great, but the guy's putting in a lot of work here. This is a matchup where chip damage comes in handy. Having the Reno this early is always really good. You just, it's so much more comfortable when you know you got all that heal in your hand. Second Right Bruiser comes down. Alright. He's holding back the Forbidden Flame this time. We saw Jason Zhao earlier on kind of use a Forbidden Flame quite hastily on a small minion and ended up not having enough answers for big minions later on, and we're seeing him now try and milk extra value out of the Doomsayer. Be able to clean up this minion with that so we can save Forbidden Flame for a bigger minion later on. So, not going for tempo, going for value. Well, Doomsayer's kind of both actually, but Dirty Rat pulls Dirty Rat, so there's not going to be any crazy Dirty Rat RNG fiesta this game. A lot of times, Reno matchups are completely decided by Dirty Rat RNG, which makes them a little unfun, but glad we're not going to be seeing that. Because even if you hold back cards against Dirty Rat, at some point, when you trade resources back and forth with your opponent, they're going to have like 3 minions in their hand, and you're going to have 3 minions in your hand, and you're like holding 2 extra ones back to help play around Dirty Rat, and you're going to have one important card that you can't lose, and they always hit it. Opts to cycle the Thalanos makes sense. You know, Jay-Z doesn't have any plays going forward for the next turn, so he wants to try and find something rather than just pinging and saving it for the guaranteed spell power value. So, looking to try and clean up the Water Elemental as painlessly as possible. Yeah, Sylph might be a good option here. Goes with the draw first, tries and, you know, sort out all your options, but Water Elemental is so awkward to answer. There's not really many clean cards to kill it. That 6 health body just kind of guarantees it's always poking you in the face, so Chalky's going to go with the Corruption here, just get rid of it that way. Yeah. You don't want that guy sticking around punching you in the face forever. You don't have that much healing, and Reno Mage definitely has a lot of burn, so you don't want to get into that 15 health range too easily where they can kind of force you to Reno by just pinging your face a little bit. Because if you have to Reno before they have to Alex, you start getting in critical life total real quick. Jay-Z with the Tempo Reno. He's looking to go max pressure. Wow, he really wants to get Chalky down into that sweet spot. Taunts are going to prove quite useful to prevent that Reno from connecting, trying to deny Jay-Z the ability to get him low enough. Is there any way Chalky can really capitalize on the fact that there's no Reno available? He does have Ragnaros in the build, so he has some aggressive cards, but the way things have panned out, he didn't really have an aggressive start, so it's going to be probably quite difficult to actually capitalize on the fact that Jason has very limited heal in the build now. Yeah, with a no combo variant, I guess the heal from Reno is not that essential. Pretty interesting play. Like, nonetheless, like, whether or not it's super essential, how essential is a 4-6 body for tempo? That's the biggest question I have with it. Turns out it's not bad. You can clean up the Sylve and everything. Super curious. Reno is low value enough to tempo out, but Ooze is not low value enough to tempo out. He really wants to make sure he can remove that Jiraxis weapon later on, as that is a super value. So Ooze is kind of like 2 mana heal for 3 times 8, whereas, well, I guess 7, because he swings with it the turn he plays it. So it's 2 mana heal for 21. It's a better healing card than Reno in this matchup, when you expect them to be focusing on a Jiraxis transition. So Chalky goes with a very quick Kazakis here. You don't need a lot of Kazakis value in the matchup because you have the value generator that is Lord Jiraxis. Lord Jiraxis is just a Kazakis potion that keeps on giving every turn. It's just, have another 6-6. You get a 6-6, you get a 6-6. Everybody gets a 6-6. Looks like it is 10 mana, deal 6, gain 10 armor on the Kazakis potion. Not a bad little potion. Alex goes in super early. Alex before Reno. Jason really just didn't have any other plays, but one of the big issues with this is if your Alex gets dealt with single target removal, then you're incredibly far behind on tempo. Even then, like, even if it gets dealt with the Kazakis potion, you're extremely far behind on tempo, so this seems like a really desperate play. Like, Jason's already behind on board, and he's committing with this play that he is going to be further behind on board. I guess the only other option that turn, though, was, like, Emperor, which wasn't very strong either, so it's more of a lack of options why he goes with that play than anything. One of the ways that's super cute that you can kind of win in this matchup, if you save Alex, is you kind of let them have board or whatever. They don't have to do their Jiraxis transition, and you just kind of like play Freeze Mage, and you go Brand Kazakis double 1-mana spells, and then get that all Emperor discounted with the Alex and like the Frostbolt and the Roaring Torch. So you get Roaring Torch, Frostbolt, and like a whole bunch of stuff. Or you get 2 Emperor discounts by going Emperor Manic Soulcaster, and basically you set up a situation where you Alex them and then throw the burn in the same turn. So you set them to 15, then deal 15. It's super cute, but oftentimes difficult to set up if you don't run too much draw in the build. 10% on trying to find the Kazakis, meaning there's 9 cards remaining in Jason's deck or so. It was slightly above 10%. Cabal Courier, not a bad one. He may feel he's under so much pressure that he has to do it, but gonna hold back on the Brand Cabal Courier for now. Just get the Emperor discount so he can do all the couriering in one turn. He seems to know there's no combo from Chalky's deck. Yeah, he's been playing that way the whole game, so he's expecting that there's no combo. He's got to read on it somehow or another. 1 damage off lethal on the 50-50. Oh no, that's not power overwhelming, that's a mixtures. So yeah, not quite any sort of lethal setups for Chalky here. Seeing the Frostbolt gone, that gives Jason's max damage out of hand at 10, right? Well, I guess discounted Fireball plus Firelance Portal. He can do 11 out of hand. So it is a safe turn to Jiraxis transition. The only issue with the Jiraxis transition is it's a bit awkward to kill the Emperor Thorsan if you do that. Because you can't face tank it, so you'd have to trade both the minions in. You do have Taunt in your hand, though. It's tempting. The alternative is also tempting, though. The alternative is the Ragnaros. So, I think that's the two plays. It's either tap Ragnaros or Jiraxis. Or Ragnaros Ooze. Max pressure. Jackie's not messing around. Does this mean he ignores it? No, okay. Yeah, of course. Ooze is not great against Mage, and this still plays around MC Tech when you're taking the trades, so... Super good. He doesn't value the extra cards. He's trying to kill him with what he's already got. Little Courier looking to try and save the day. He got Purify. Hero power for 2 kills the Ooze. Polymorph Boar. Or you could be super greedy and go for another Courier. You could even take Convert, take a Ragnaros from your opponent's side. But then you don't have an answer for it this turn. Wow, he's going with the greed! He could have killed Ragnaros with Polymorph 4 Arcane Blast. He says that's not good enough. We can do better. This is going to open up a lot of potential Shadow Flame lethals from Chaki's side. Oh wow, the third one. Okay. Being able to remove the minions means only Power Overwhelming plus Spellbreaker is lethal. Or Jiraxis and win the RNG. Or Spellbreaker, go face, Shadow Flame, Hellfire. Or just Hellfire, yeah, off the top there. So a lot of lethal outs there that Chaki had at the end. Not too many cards remaining in his deck. And was that a 3-0 sweep? Wow. A perfect round. Able to take down Jay-Z. And NA on the board. Day number 2. They started out really rough day number 1, getting behind immediately by 3 points, or 2 points. But today, round 1, they're right in it. Chaki definitely handled himself in those control mirrors. And all of his decks are teched for those control mirrors, so he had a plan going into it, and you gotta appreciate the way he executed the plan. He's an interesting control player to watch, right? He's one of the players that most understands the value of going face in control decks. He's good at transferring resources between, you know, cards and face damage. And understanding the value of that face damage in relationship to the amount of cards it takes away from your opponent. It's a pretty complicated way to say that Chaki's good at going face. So now China is down 2 players. They have 3 players remaining on the Chinese roster. They can choose to either send up Omega Zero, a guy that has performed the most consistently in China throughout 2016, the #1 point holder in China, and a guy that's qualified for the Winter Championships, or WeX Hope, also qualified for the Winter Championships. Comes from a grassroots background. Hasn't done too much except for the qualifier for this. Or Lovely Chuk, the guy that won EU versus CN, allowing EU to get kind of shamed for a little while, and CN to bask in the glory of taking down the so-called best region in Hearthstone. And he also got a Ferrari, so a lot of glory. So one of those 3 players is going to be summoned to try and face down Chaki. Chaki is going to remain up on the stage and see how many players he can defeat before getting taken down. But I guess we're going to a break. We'll be right back.
This video will bring you up to speed on all of the changes and new features coming in patch 7.15. The first thing you might notice about 7.15 is that we've made a lot of changes to classes. The goal is to improve overall class balance, while also making each spec more fun to play and allowing for more diverse talent choices. We've also rebalanced how secondary stats such as crit and mastery on items contribute to your character, in order to make them more competitive with each other and open up more options for item upgrades. Check out our patch notes for more details. 715 also expands the time walking feature. Mists of Pandaria dungeons will now be included in the time walking event rotation. Anyone level 91 or higher can participate in Mists of Pandaria time walking, and there are several new Pandaria themed rewards available from Mistweaver Shah on the Timeless Isle. The Brawlers Guild has reopened its doors. As veteran players know, the Brawlers Guild is a series of single-player challenges, and in patch 715, it's better than ever. Not only are there dozens of new bosses to fight, but there's also new rewards to earn, and a few extra surprises thrown into the mix. Of course, if you want to participate, you'll need an invitation, which can be found in emissary bags, by completing dungeons, or by fighting the elite Frycool on the Shield's Rest Island of Stormheim. We're also introducing a new type of event called Micro Holidays. These are short-term, just-for-fun celebrations, which will typically only be active for 1 to 3 days. Once patch 715 is live, you'll be able to find these micro holidays on your in-game calendar. Shortly after patch 715 releases, we'll also be opening the Nighthold raid. Tensions in Suramar City have reached their peak, and it's time to finally take the fight to Grand Magistrix Elisande and her demonic allies. You'll fight your way through a total of 10 bosses, including some familiar faces like Croesus and Tichondrius, and culminating in an epic final encounter with Gul'dan himself. These are just a few of the things to look forward to in patch 715, but there's a lot more, including new legendary items, an updated Blade's Edge arena, and new ways to catch up your artifact knowledge on new or alternate characters. You can read more on our website at worldofwarcraft.com. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the Broken Isles.
Alright, we are back. I am your host slash caster slash other caster, Firebat, and this is NA vs CN Day 2, Round 1. We just witnessed Chalky take down Jay-Z, Jason Zoe. Chalky had, it seemed to be, all greedy control decks geared towards beating control. Jason Zhao had all control decks geared towards beating aggro, and Jason Zhao got swept 3-0. Now, what is most likely going to happen next is China is going to search in their lineup for a player that has all aggro decks. All the fastest face decks, the Shaman, the Pirate Warrior, just the deepest, darkest, evil ladder decks that you could possibly think of. And he's going to queue those into Chalky, and Chalky's going to struggle because he's got some greedy tech choices in his deck. All of those Ragnaroses and whatnot that he's thrown in there to his standard control decks are going to become... They're going to switch quite quickly from an advantage to a liability. So... However, if China doesn't have anyone in their lineup with the beautiful evil Smork decks, and they only have players with control decks, then NA is in a great position to sweep, and you'd have to credit the victory at that point to improper lineup building from the other side. But I have to imagine there's at least one guy in there with Smork decks, and if I had to put a finger on the guy that's going to be doing it, it's going to be Omega Zero. We saw him play at BlizzCon. He brought out very aggressive decks at BlizzCon and played them very, very expertly. He really knows when it's okay to ignore your opponent's board and go face, and when it's proper to have to trade. So I expect him to come out, but I'm not the most familiar with the entire Chinese scene, so kind of have to just wait and see who's going to be picked from their roster to kind of come out. During the break, the teams were, talking with each other and discussing who they wanted to send out and figure out the best way to try and counter Chalky's decks, and we'll have to see what they came up with. Right now, the roulette wheel. Chalky versus WeX Hope. I did not guess it right. WeX Hope coming out. And a little bit of background information on WeX Hope. WeX Hope is the underdog of the Chinese team. He would be what they kind of consider the weakest participant on their roster from the information that they gave me about all the players. So he comes from the grassroots background, so like open tournaments, that sort of scene. He's one of the open tournament grinders from the Chinese scene. And has only made it to this Gold Series that qualified him to this, and you need to get top 4 in the Gold Series to qualify to this event. Top 4 in the Gold Series qualified you to this event, as well as qualifying you into the Winter Championship for the upcoming BlizzCon circuit. It's going to be happening in the Bahamas. I'm excited for it. I've been gathering my points as well, trying to get qualified to go there. I think the end of the cutoff for points is at the end of January here. You only need like 16 or 17 points, and then you go party in the Bahamas. I'm excited. It's going to be a good time. Drinking age is only like 18. Happens in like March too. It's like close to spring break time. Should be some girls. A lot of action. Hearthstone action, of course. So yeah, it should be pretty sweet. Gotta love BlizzCon. I appreciate them updating the locations this time, because the last time for the BlizzCon championships and stuff like that, I had to go to like Virginia, which was not fun. I mean, it wasn't bad. It's just not a vacation destination, right? Like it's Virginia. And so Chalky, the Druid. Chalky has Jade Druid, which struggles against aggro, but is unlosable against control. And he's up against Pirate Warrior, which is not a control deck. I mean, in some sense, it could be a control deck. You got a lot of tools for generating value with upgrading weapons, but mainly you're going to use them to punch people in the face. And yeah, you can see here already, well, this guy's voting for Chalky. This cast might not play the game. But you gotta imagine Jade Druid's not going to be able to take a win off Pirate Warrior. So WeX Hope is going to most likely come out of this one a game up. Sometimes you get the Innervate Ancient of War, and you can stabilize from that point, but a lot of the time your opponent has weapons and minions more so often than you have Innervate Ancient War. So it's gonna be really tough. It's gonna be really tough, but maybe there's a weak link in the lineup where Chalky can get by with the Druid. We did see, I think, a Priest in there, so maybe he can farm WeX Priests or WeX Hope's Priest, and that can allow the control decks from Chalky to get through. He's gonna have a hard time getting through either the Pirate Warrior or the Face Shaman, though. I'll tell you that right now. So it all comes down to that Priest. If that Priest is able to get a win, Chalky's in bad shape. But maybe he could just bully it and 3-0 the Priest. The Grassroots Champion up against DreamHack Austin Champion Chalky. This is the first DreamHack that happened for Hearthstone in the States. It's a pretty cool title. Chalky was able to win that one. It was a heavily North American player-filled tournament. Usually DreamHacks, you know, it's mainly European players, so you got that whole silly European meta going on with lots of Reno locks and control-y sort of stuff. And you look at North American meta, we got faced down to a science over here. So there's actually pretty big differences in the metagame. Then you look at Chinese meta, and that's a little bit of everything. That is a complicated metagame. Druid versus Warrior. Now, if this was Control Warrior, Chalky wins all day, day. But this is as far from Control Warrior as you can possibly get. Counting the damage in his hand already. Look at that. That is a lot. You know, you got the deckhand plus patches is 3. You got 6 from the War Axe is 9. And then you got Reaper plus upgrades, another 18. That's 27 damage. He needs 3. Close out this game. Now, you probably don't want to keep Reaper. You can keep War Axe upgrade, though. And even Southsea. I don't think that's bad at all. Coin War Axe face and just upgrade Southsea, go all face. I mean, typically against Druid, what you're going to want is minions. Druid has a hard time reacting to your minions early because they want to be spending their mana on ramp. So the best possible cards you can get is minions. Obviously, the only minion you don't want to draw is patches, so you kind of got a little unfortunate with that one, but still off to a pretty great start having the small-time Buccaneer. And meanwhile, the hand from Chalky is just stellar. He has got all of the best tools so far. He just needs to find Ancient War, and you can see a Druid W come out of this really easy. Druid's one of those decks that still has Innervate, so it can get wins against anything. It's just not super favored. With a hand like that, you know, Chalky might need to start taking up hand modeling. Could be a very beneficial career choice. Gonna immediately start with the Innervate and begin that mana acceleration. This is gonna allow him to quickly play every card in his hand and totally empty it on the next turn. I mean, WeX Hope does not have too many terrific options going forward. Chalky's got the ability to hero power and develop the Jade Idol next turn, so he can answer something like a small-time Buccaneer. But Hope doesn't have too many options. He's kind of... I think you just got to play the small-time Buccaneer still. Patch's trade seems a bit ugly. This at least forces the hero power out of your opponent, which, if they're hero powering, that's technically a loss in tempo, so you're catching up. Oh, he's thinking about coining the patches to protect it. Okay. I can get behind this as well. I was thinking maybe try and save the coin for the Reaper, but keeping that small-time Buccaneer alive is pretty good. Now Chalky's going to be able to develop a 2-2 and accelerate his mana. Or you could just kill the small-time Buccaneer, save the 2-2 for later. I like that even better. The crazy thing is, we were joking about how Pirate Warrior can be a control deck and it can outvalue people and that sort of thing. Chaki's out of cards. This might be the time where we see control Pirate aggro face. And he just runs Chaki out of cards. If Chaki doesn't hit a Nourish or an Azure Drake, then control Pirates starts to become a thing. So I think you just War Axe and pass. I think you begin the ascension into control Pirates. The card left in Chaki's hand is a card he kept, which means it's either Innervate, Wild Growth, Jade Idol, or Wrath. So the only question is, do you swing here? Because you never play South Sea deckhand. You don't want to give him the opportunity to cycle that Wrath if it's Wrath. So if I was in WeX Hope's position, I think it's control Pirates time. Because you're not keeping a Nourish off the mull against Pirate Warrior, right? You're not keeping a Drake off the mull. We know that this is not a high-value cycle card. This is a low-value, high-tempo card. So Chaki's out of gas. Gas found. Yeah, not totally, but it's still not bad. That is... The Jade Druid is attempting to rush down the Pirate Warrior as the Pirate Warrior struggles for board control. What a wacky game. So I think you just War Axe and Armor. I think what you got to be doing here is WeX Hope is trying to milk value out of your cards. You just want to get as many weapon swings to clear as possible. So if you hold back the South Sea Captain, you can use it to buff later on. And most likely Chaki's not going to be developing anything new on the following turn. So if you War Axe the 3/3 now, then next turn, with the Deckhand plus Cultist, you can upgrade the weapon, War Axe the 2/2, and use your 1-mana 2/1 to kill the other 2/2, establishing a protected 3/4 on board and denying the value of your opponent's minions. I don't like the way he's done this. He's gone for the tempo route with it, and that means Chaki is going to be able to most likely play whatever he draws, because this makes minions a live top deck, as well as removal a live top deck, and if it is minions, it gives the minions on board for Chaki value, whereas their current only value, if you don't develop a minion, is face damage, which is irrelevant in the matchup. So, I think it's a different philosophy of play, but is going to end up costing him a ton of value, and the direction this game's going, in my eyes, is control Pirates, man. I think it's time. I think it's time to outvalue your opponent with Pirates and win on board control. But solid top deck there that is going to allow WeX Hope to try and secure this board position and set up for a clean little Reaper. He can play the Deckhand this turn, and then next turn the Reaper plus Dread Corsair comes down for free. The disadvantage to this, I guess, is second Feral Rage could remove your minion. But I don't think it's too much of a downside. I think clearing the board is better, sets up for a better next turn. But losing that upgrade value is so huge, right? An extra swing on Reaper, if he had saved it, or an extra swing on War Axe for board control, would have been so much better. And now Hope can't play both of his cards next turn, so this is slower on tempo. And maybe is better on value because he can use the 4/4 for a value trade, but he gets punished by this mulch here. He gets punished by any removal drawn. Swipe also punishes, Wrath punishes. So, I don't like the play. Like, again, you can play around your opponent trying to top deck minions, or you can play around top decking removal, but developing into it like this plays around neither of them. So it makes it live if they play minions, and it makes it live if they top deck a spell. Whereas the other way, if you clear the board, their only live play is if they top deck a minion. Otherwise, if they top deck a spell, like Chaki had done the past 2 turns, he would have been unable to do anything with his turn. However, the second Arcanite Reaper draw for Hope is absolutely huge. His deck was running out of steam, he was completely out of fuel, and the only card in his deck besides, you know, upgrades that could give him additional fuel, which was the Reaper. So at this point, I think he's almost got enough damage to get it done. That's not too bad either, being able to play that for 0 mana. Obviously, he could have played it for, you know, full mana cost if he wanted to. So it's not too relevant that it gets the discount, but it's never bad to get the discount. Get squeezing an armor up, which eventually, I guess, it probably never becomes relevant, but not too bad. Nourish, that's what Shaki needed desperately. He could still stabilize in this game. He's got a taunt. It's no Ancient War, but the elephant might be able to get the job done. So, if you get in the Korkron damage this turn, then you would apply 6 damage, and then you'd have 5 bursts from hand. Whereas if you get the Reaper damage in this turn, you have 9 bursts from hand going forward, and you get in 7 this turn. So using the Reaper this turn sets up lethal, while using the Korkron this turn does not set up lethal. Most of your damage tops off at costing 4 mana. Next turn you have 8, so you can use Korkron plus Mortal Strike, or the other Korkron, or what have you. So it's just much better to use the Reaper this turn than the Korkron. And with your opponent drawing a bunch of cards and not having played any Wraths thus far this game, it makes a lot of sense to be wary of a, you know, Taunt plus Wrath play coming down, removing your Korkron. So I like the decision to equip the Reaper here. Harvest Golem is just putting in work. 4 damage required for WeX Hope to close out the game. Even if he doesn't find it this turn, he's in a pretty good position, and that's going to do it. WeX Hope able to just barely close this one out. It's a really good matchup for the Pirate Warrior, and we saw, you know, just exactly why. I think WeX Hope may have played it a bit suboptimally, and I think Chaki drew the nuts, and the Pirate Warrior still gets the win. That's just because that's how tilted the matchup can be. It's a super greedy anti-control deck up against the fastest face deck in the game. Without finding an Ancient War, you're in heaps of trouble against that deck. And Chaki he had the best start possible, but his mid-game just wasn't able to happen. And if we take a look at the Chaki deck list, because the deck list for the NA players is public, there is no Ancient Wars in the build for Chaki. The only taunts are Jade Behemoth. So Chaki's build of Jade Druid has 2 Savage Roars in it, which are totally useless against Pirate Warrior, but extremely good for closing games out against control decks. He is geared towards beating some control decks, and Pirate Warrior not a control deck, so yeah, his build had no hope against Pirate Warrior. I'm surprised it got as close as it did. So Chaki just needed... He had the first 5 cards of the game down. Those are the best 5 cards that he could have had in the opening. But he needed to go Fandral Nourish after that, you know? Or at least Azure Drake on 5, or Nourish on 5 by itself might have been enough. But without Ancient Wars in the build, it was real tough for Chaki to ever actually stabilize. The Reno Lock coming out from Chaki now. Up against the Aggro Shaman from WeX Hope. Aggro Shaman, one of the most common ladder decks that you'll see out there today. Very strong, well-rounded, good in almost every matchup. You look on Vicious Syndicate stats or some of the other stat collecting websites, and you're going to see Aggro Shaman pretty much positive numbers across the board, except against Control Warrior. Reno Lock, it can be kind of 50-50 against. One of the things Reno Lock can really struggle with is being able to answer Flame Wreath Faceless. You know, the incurring pressure of the Shaman opening and then a Flame Wreath Faceless on 4 is very difficult to answer. Siphon Soul doesn't come down until turn 6. BGH isn't commonly run, and we can see it's not in Chaki's build. So, he does have, though, I think we saw No, he doesn't even have the 4 mana card that would remove the Flame Wreath Faceless. So if Flame Wreath Faceless comes down on 4, Shockey's deck has no answer to it, and that can usually just kind of spell GG. He does have Reno, though, in the opening hand. That's extremely important, being able to win the game. Shadow Flame, not so much. Shadow Bolt, though, pretty solid card. Less solid, I guess, when you're on the coin. Usually, it answers Totem Golem is the hope. The problem is, the way the early game works out for Shaman is they have like 8 different ways they can take the early game. Since they have so many busted early game cards, they could have a Tunnel Trog opening, and then Shadow Bolt's too slow against that. They could have a Pirate opening, then Shadow Bolt's not great against that. Or they could have a Totem Golem opening, and Shadow Bolt's perfect against that. So 1 out of the 3 potential openings from the Shaman hand, Shadow Bolt is good against. But it's okay against the other 2. But not something that's like super good. In those other 2 scenarios, a lot of times you're going to be looking for Demon Wrath. So, since the matchup's like super unfavored, and since most of your cards are not good against 33% of the Shaman starts, I think it's worth keeping. And then you hope, the way that the early game lines up is, there's a Totem Golem for you to shoot going into your turn 3. Oh, he does have Blast Crystal Potion. The deck list that was on the website is submitted wrong. Interesting. So I think that might be over the Toxic Sewer Ooze. We haven't seen Toxic Sewer Ooze yet in Chalky's Reno Lock, and Toxic Sewer Ooze is a very strange card. So you have to imagine he's got Blast Crystal Potion over that, and the deck list was just submitted wrong. I guess that could be against the rules, because if the deck list is wrong on this website, then that means the deck list that they gave the Chinese players is probably wrong. So WeX Hope is probably not going to play around Blast Crystal Potion, because he probably doesn't think it exists. These things sort of happen with like typos and whatnot, or just people having to transfer decks from player to admin to guy that uploads to site, sort of thing. That's a Shaman start for you. You can see right there why it's the #1 banned deck. #1 most hated. Oh, man. Chalky needs Hellfire. Mountain Giant's way too slow. Reno is too slow right now, with the way that this is panning out. I think you got tapped for that Hellfire. The other argument is you could try and tempo Ooze to try and buy yourself more time for Reno that way, and then try and coin Reno on 5, and hope you get some amount of value out of this Ooze trading with the board. Either way you slice it, this is scary. Okay, this is interesting. The coin Shadow Bolt denies a lot of Feral Spirit's value. I did not even consider that play. Okay. That limits a lot of options going forward for turn 4. But he's already got the Blast Crystal for the Flame Wraith, so... But Feral Spirits is very safe for Hope now, because he doesn't have to worry about coin Hellfire at all. So I think it's just a snap Feral Spirits after seeing that. You may be afraid of Mind Control tech, but that's not in the build from Shocky, so he has like literally no way to interact with these Feral Spirits. He's thinking about maybe trying to ping this turn, though, to be able to play Flame Wreath the next turn, because there's no Blast Crystal in Shocky's deck list. Oh, jeez. He might take a suboptimal play here to not play around Blast Crystal, because there's no Blast Crystal on the submitted deck list. He does go for the Feral Spirits, though. That's good. That would have been sad to see, because then we'd probably have to have a regame and what have you. There's not a lot of options. I think because of the coin usage, I'm kind of committed to probably tempo using, but it's kind of scary because your opponent has exactly 2 mana left, and their options for 2 mana include Jade Claws, Flame Tongue Totem, and Totem Golem. So they didn't play Totem Golem on turn 2, so they don't have Totem Golem. So if they have a play to do next turn, it's either Flame Tongue or Jade Claws. Playing Ooze right before they play Jade Claws would be kind of sad. And the hesitation on WeX Hope's turn, last turn, made it kind of think like he had a lot of options. But I do like Chalky's play of continuing with the line of play of aggressively fighting for board and not tapping to try and make sure he can actually live to see Reno. That's what he's doing here. He's just sacrificing resources to try and, you know, make it to the day he can see that Reno. And it appears to be working thus far. WeX Hope is going to immediately know that there's no Hellfire after this turn, which means he could potentially play around Blast Crystal / BGH by making an additional Feral Spirit this turn. 9 burst in the hand. Not very flexible burst though, it's a 7 mana turn burst. He has 11 damage this turn if he wants to. Oh, he can use the. He can't squeeze in the ping. So he's got 2, 4, 5, 6, 10 damage this turn, and then 5 damage next turn with the lava burst and, you know, the ping for additional damage. So he would need just 4 to be able to connect to kill before Reno, which is probably not good enough. So the all face crash in play doesn't work. So next thing you have to be thinking about is how do you make sure your board doesn't get swept by Shadow Flame? And there's a few ways to do that. You can trade with the minion and play the Feral Spirits. You can clear the minion with Jade Lightning, or you can develop a Flame Wreath Faceless, and then Shadow Flame's not good enough because the Flame Wreath will connect. And so those are kind of like the 3 options I'm seeing for as ways to make sure that Shadow Flame doesn't beat you. And WeX Hope's going to go with the Flame Wreath Faceless so that he doesn't have to trade anything in and gets to optimize face damage. And I think that's the ideal play for the turn. Yeah. You have to sacrifice 3 damage with any other line of play, or 4 with the Jade Lightning line of play. So this way sacrifices the least amount of damage. You only sacrifice 2, because I guess they get to trade one of your minions off. So even if Blast Crystal comes down, which is the best option for Chalky, well, I guess Power Overwhelming Shadow Flame is the best option, but the second best option is Blast Crystal, and even if Blast Crystal comes down, there's going to be 4 additional power connecting. The Silenced Buccaneer, unable to get buffed by the Jade Claws. Well, the Blast Crystal Potion means Reno's going to take another turn to be able to get developed. So what's the maximum way to deal face damage? If you Jade Lightning, then you can Lava Burst Jade Claws ping next turn. So 12 burst that way. If you Claws ping, then you get both swings of the Claws, and then you can get 5 burst next turn. You get to clean up the minion more efficiently, but it is less overall damage, right? It's 10 instead of 12. So yeah, the most efficient damage-wise would be Jade Lightning face and then trade the Buccaneer. You get 1 extra damage. Okay. This is even more efficient. Go face with the Buccaneer. Why are we trading? That makes perfect sense, because Shadow Flame is irrelevant at this point. If Chalky Shadow Flames, he dies. So I really like this line of play. Much better, yeah. And that's going to close the deal here. WeX Hope with some very nice Shaman play. He did a lot of small things there that optimized the amount of damage he was dealing. And I really like that. Like, you can say Shaman's a brainless deck, you can say, you know, say what you will about Shaman, but Shaman has a lot of niche decisions. And one of the best niche decisions that he had was that turn 5, playing Flame Wraith Faceless. He checkmated him there. He won the game on that turn 5. The game took 2 more turns to end, but that turn is when he won the game, which is kind of crazy, right? Like, there was still a lot of thought to be done there because he played around everything in Chaki's deck with developing the Flame Wraith Faceless on that specific turn, holding it back on turn 4 because turn 4 it was vulnerable to things, and it was clean. It was just good, clean face decks, dude. You don't see that every day. A lot of people will say, you know, Shaman's brainless, all you do is jam face, and then they'll think that in their head, and then they'll play that in the game, and I'll be sitting there watching it, and I'll be like, hey, you're missing damage all over the place, man. You can't win. Well, I mean, it's Shaman. You still win when you miss damage, but you win more when you miss less. And that's beautiful. I like it when people miss the least amount of damage possible. But now, Chaki's anti-control lineup gets to come up against a kind of control deck. But I don't know, this has a Draconid Crusher in it. How control are we really? Is this the legendary Face Priest? The curve stops at 6 if you look there at the bottom. Just curves out to that one Draconid Crusher. I mean, 6 I guess is pretty common for Dragon Priest. They don't run any sort of big minions a lot of the time, but the all-face build. So this is the all-face lineup, and for some reason there is a priest in the all-face lineup. So it's interesting. It's got some tech in there, but how face can you really get with priest? Is it going to be face enough to smork down the control decks from Chaki? Or is it just not going to be enough face and just fall over? Two to 0. Potentially last game. Match point. Priest up against Reno Lock. Now, if you ask anybody, they will tell you this is Reno Lock favored. And I'd agree with them. The stats say it's a lot closer than a lot of people perceive it to be. But the stats are most often based on the combo variation of Reno Lock, which has a lot of potential dead cards and relies on actually killing their opponent. Well, Chaki's build of the Reno Lock is no combo, which means it has a lot more defensive cards and value-oriented cards, and has the ability to, or relies on the Jiraxis transition for the win, which is an extremely powerful win condition against Priest, because they are not a deck that can really run Burst. So all Chaki needs to do is assemble some sort of stabilization, so a big Shadow Flame a lot of the time, and then take a Jiraxis transition. But it is worth noting here, Chaki has no Twisting Nether in the Reno Lock build. Twisting Nether is one of the most important card in the entire matchup, right? Twisting Nether kills anything that Priest develops, and oftentimes they don't really have too much reload. So without Twisting Nether, this could maybe get icky. I mean, it still has to be Reno Lock favored, but Twisting Nether is so good. Chaki, with no Giant or Drake yet, has a few turns to try and assemble them. Dragon Priest coming at him hot, though, with a really strong curve here. Alexstrasza is beautiful in this matchup. You have enough curve already. You go 3, 4, 5, 6. You don't need another 6 or a 4. And when they Reno, you just Alex them and kill them. Because if you can put enough pressure on Chaki, then he's going to have to Reno while leaving some of your minions up. And then you can set him to 15 and then ship in like 10 damage after the Reno, and they're usually pretty toast. Oh yeah, that's a Snap Alex pick right there. Kazakis. That's good. Kazakis is one of the ways you can kind of create your own Twisting Nether. That was like in the earlier stages of the metagame with the Reno Lock builds. Everybody cut Twisting Nether and just ran the Kazakis, because you don't need 2 Twisting Nethers a lot of the time. But then people started including Twisting Nether again, because there was a lot more, I guess, mid-rangey things happening. I'm not really sure why Twisting Nether came back in. I guess it's better with the combo variant, because Your opponent plays taunts to stop the combo, then you're twisting nether the taunts, then you kill him with the combo. But in the Draxus variant, maybe I guess it's not needed, all of that AoE. Renalock's a weird deck that experiences a lot of changes. This Dragon Priest curve, though, he's giving him the business. He only has 6 power. Doomsayer could go off. If I'm in Chaki's shoes, that's what I'm hoping for. It still needs to get answered by Shadow Word Pain from Hope. He's on 4 mana, so he can't Blackwing Corruptor or Holy Nova. So it's risky. If it does get answered by Shadow Word Pain, you do have to take a little bit of damage, but it was definitely an option there. Doomsayer option is now unavailable for Chaki, as the pressure on board can remove it. Kazakis can't get too much work done on this table. Deal 2 AoE and deal 3 is just not enough to really clean anything up. You may have to go fishing for Kazakis 5, try and get a clean next turn. Maybe get down Mixtress of Misters, try and heal. Kazakis 5. There's the 4 mana AoE in the middle there. Summon a 5/5 on the right. And then I have no idea what the left one does. Deal 5 damage, summon a 5/5, or give your minions +4 health. Deal 5 damage seems to be the safest. The summon a 5/5 is the highest tempo oriented. You gotta try and anticipate what you expect your opponents to be developing on the following turns. So turn 5, the most likely thing to come out is the Secret Agent reporting for duty, which has 6 health. So if you take the summon a 5/5, you're going to have to leave up a 5/2. But he takes the risk with summoning a 5/5 instead of dealing the 5 damage. So if the Secret Agent does report for duty, could be difficult if Hope takes the trades. If Hope goes all face, you can then trade in your minions to set up the AoE cleanly, get a 5/5 and have a huge swing turn. So I like it. It's a little risky, but I think the payout's got to be worth it. There's not too many things that are that threatening that Hope can develop on 5. And most of them, the Azure Drake and Blackwing Corruptor, have 4 health. So they line up perfectly into the AoE anyway. So that was all the trades Hope needed to do to play around the Kazakis 5 mana AoE. So the rest of the minions are free to roam about the face. And he's going to do just that. Nice, clean Smork play. That's what I like to see. Optimized face damage. Trades just enough, but not too much. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That was a situation where you could miss some damage. Every damage missed is a tear from Firebat. I don't want to cry. And Hope's making me quite happy. Oh, crap. Well, look at that guy go. Awesome. He doesn't need to use the AoE yet because the Hog Rider is active. There's exactly 6 cards in the hand of Hope. He's able to pick up some nice, sweet trades. Oh, man. Blackwing Corruptor is super high value here. But Blackwing Corruptor would play in the 4 damage AoE. So if you really want to play around the 4 damage AoE, I think the best way to do that is the Draconid Crusher. And then take the trade to protect it from the AoE. And then just push face for 2. Now, that kind of gets into a worse situation with Siphon Soul and with Blast Crystal Potion. Forcing your opponent to Blast Crystal Potion early, though, is very strong for you. They'll have limited mana going forward for many of the turns, so it's a huge mana investment from their side. And Siphon Soul means they're only healing for 1, because you get to push through 2 additional damage, because they can't interact with your board while Siphon Souling. Other than, obviously the minion that Soul got siphoned. And you get a free turn to develop. So I'm a big fan of Draconid Crusher, trade the 3/4, even though this juicy Blackwing Corruptor value is given up. Yeah. I love it, man. Forgoes the obvious play, takes the next level play. Shadow Flame picked up for Chalky. It's additional AoE, and he needs single target. He could try and remove the minion over 2 turns. He could just Reno into it. He could coil for more options. Haha! There you go. That's the perfect draw. I like the delay there. He's taking notes, make sure he writes everything down. I hate it when people do that to me. When I'm playing and they top deck the perfect card and then just slow roll it off the top on me. Ooh, that grinds my gears. Like, I usually don't get too emotional when I play, but that's one way, if you really want to tilt me when you're playing against me, is top deck the perfect answer, then just go AFK for 5 minutes, and then play it. You know, that'll make me go through a few keyboards against my wall. So, it's also just good practice, you know, getting your notes in first before you end the turn. Solid sequencing. Very controlled and calm. Yeah, there's something to say about that. Chalky's down 0-2. Maintaining composure. Very poised. So the best way to interact with this, you don't need to Reno still. There's not enough pressure to be threatening lethal. Max damage from your opponent is 6 with Brand Blackwing Corruptor. So, as long as you don't tap, there's no way you can die. I like it. Getting the Emperor discount to get the immediate value. He's playing a minion that dies to Shadow Word Death, but the minion that's dying to Shadow Word Death is gaining immediate value before it dies. So it's a lot less risky than, say, Abyssal Enforcer, which then if it gets Shadow Word Death, you're just hugely behind in tempo. And also developing the Doomsayer on this turn to try and buy additional time. That is a lot of card draw. That Holy Nova is not gonna... Okay. Yeah, makes sense. And the 1/4 and the 1/3 trade into the Emperor Thorson. He now has the Shadow Word Pain that he can utilize to squeeze in that juicy face damage. Which I'd like to see. There's not a lot of targets this Shadow Word Pain's going to want to be saved for, and you already got Blast Crystal to cut through random taunt A and Shadow Word Death to cut through random taunt B. Ooh. Ah, missed 4 face damage. Nefarian, that was a quick pick. Just took the highest value card he could find there. This does put slightly more pressure on the board if Chalky is forced to Reno. So if Chalky is forced to Reno and you're able to Alex, now you get to set them down to 9 instead of being able to set them down to only 5. And you still have the Shadow Word Pain in reserve, just in case there's, 3 5s roaming in there that you need to kill. But yeah, Shadow Word Pain doesn't have the most amount of targets against the Reno lock deck. I mean, Doomsayer is the prime target. Other than that, you got like Imp Gang Boss and Refreshment Vendor. Not too many other super high value targets. Maybe you get a Brand Bronzebeard or something, but it's a card you run 2 of in your deck, and it's got 3 targets in the whole matchup. Chalky desperately trying to find a way to not have to Reno here. running out of time. Yeah, he's committed to Renoing at this point. He's picking up other cards at the beginning of the turn and then the rope hit and had to resort to the Reno. And that's going to be a clean Alex Straza coming down. But what else is he doing with his turn? You could also potentially not Alex Straza, but... It's a lot of value. 9 mana, 8/8, deal 15 damage. You talk about Smork value, and that's about as high as you can get. And all face with it. He doesn't have very much follow-up burst in his hand, though, so I don't know if he's going to be able to complete on this transaction here. Chalky does have the ability to remove the entire board and gain himself a nice 8/3 with the Sylvanas Shadow Flame. He also has the Kazakis Potion, which can fully clear this board. And he can develop something behind that, like a Refreshment Vendor, so he can stay extra safe. He's probably a little bit worried about the potential of Ragnaros or things like that. So, I guess not. Using the Kazakis Potion and healing this turn would have been safer around that sort of thing, so you could save Sylvanas as a potential answer for Ragnaros, or the next big thing your opponent plays, as you don't have any single target removal really, but it's tough for your opponent to play a big thing when you got an 8/3. 8/3 kind of counters Ragnaros, doesn't it? So I think that's why he went with the decision here. It pushes a lot more tempo, and answers your opponent's big threat by denying them the ability to play the big threat, because if they do, the 8/3 just farms it. So it's not the most efficient use of Sylvanas for value, but it is the most efficient use of Sylvanas for tempo. Because now WeX Hope has to spend his turn reacting to the 8/3 rather than developing offensive presence. Blast Crystal, max tempo. I like it. Ooh. This is not very good against Abyssal Enforcer or Hellfire. Two of the remaining removal options in the deck for Chalky. Powerward Shield would have been a better option against those. I guess he's not too upset if Abyssal Enforcer comes down because he's getting Chalky so low, but no way to finish in hand still. So Chalky would be relatively safe at 6 health. We didn't see any Holy Fires in this build. There was Holy Fires in another one of the Chinese players' builds. Jason Zhao was running Holy Fire, but WeX Hope, no Smork Fires. Azure Drake picked up. Gives him something to do while playing the Shadowward Death, which is super clean for the turn. And the Shadowward Pain that he saved from the Doomsayer earlier picks up a huge amount of value. Saving that Shadowward Pain turned out to be really influential in this game. Chalky has to be relieved to have drawn that Ragnaros because it makes it so WeX Hope cannot find it off of the Secret Agent. So even though it's maybe not the best draw on the turn, because you're a little afraid of dying, it is a very good draw to have to make sure that your opponent cannot have it. Holds on to the 4-mana 5/5. Interesting. Prioritizes getting a taunt up. So, there's nothing too great left to steal from Chalky's deck, right? We've seen all of the burn, I think. I mean, Mountain Giant's not bad. It's not great, though. It's not going to kill your opponent. The only burn that's left is Hellfire. We've already seen... And there's Draxus left. I guess you could Draxus Priest him. But yeah, we already saw the Leatherclad Hog Rider. We've seen the Ragnaros now because it's in Chalky's hand. It's a cute little interaction. 4 mana, 5/8 taunt. Now that is powerful. It's a happy little swing turn. Ugh. Chalky's gotta hope that this rag is a sniper. How do you get out of this one? I'm seeing Ragnaros no tap. Hopefully you hit the right minion. He thinks he's under too much pressure. He needs to take a riskier line. Needs an additional taunt. Otherwise he's just going to die too easily. Plays out the Dirty Rat. Maybe goes for some sort of AoE line behind it. No, still just the Ragnaros. Trying to hopefully get lucky. 50-50 on hitting a 5/8. It's the best minion. Fortunate for him. Shadow or Death can't answer the Ragnaros, but allows for pretty lackluster development on the turn. Still, you gotta do it. It's not... Can't let that guy stick around. You get a nice little tempo Holy Nova. Heal your minions up and inflict damage if you want, or you can go with the heal. The downside of the heal is you make yourself a little bit more vulnerable to AoEs, and not punching there makes it so that your opponent can kill with the deal 4 to all damage AoEs. That's a huge play. That's going to cost WeX Hope a lot of... He misses 5 face damage because of this. Not attacking there. Uh-oh. And you can you can assume or make a decent read that it's the deal 4 damage AoE, because in the situation where Chalky picked the Kazakis potion, he was panicking to try and find an AoE, and then he top decked an answer the following turn, and then took a really long time thinking and decided to go with the new card that he had drawn instead of the Kazakis potion he had created the previous turn. So I don't think it was impossible to put him on the 4 mana AoE. 5 damage would have denied the ability for Chalky to tap that turn too, because the Holy Nova would kill him the next turn. That one little misstep of not taking the bump. Wow. That might be costing him here. He does have a nice little cleanup though, so he's got more time to try and find answers. This Shadowward Pain, I was saying Shadowward Pain's not great in the matchup and doesn't have a lot of targets, but these Shadowward Pains have been fire. This Mountain Giant, not ideal for Chalky. He's not in a position where he can reasonably tap, and Draxus is finally drawn for Chalky. Oh my. Needs a dragon right now, and it looks like he got it. It's orange. 6 damage to the face. Chalky still can't play the Mountain Giant. He's already used Argus, Shambler. No, has he used Shambler? I think Shambler is still remaining as the only taunt giver. There's no deaths remaining for the priest, so if he's able to find Shambler, he's going to be able to starve off this damage. The Twilight Whelp needs to come down to set up lethal. No question about it. 100% of the time you have to play this here. Faceless Shambler. Blast Crystal Potion keeps him alive. The 6s begin to accumulate. Now the question is, does going face do enough, or is it better to trade? If you go face, you're looking at potentially finding... You get 12 damage. If your opponent doesn't heal face, Hellfire is lethal, but they're always going to heal face, so there's no lethal outs for going face. So trading is the better play. Five damage. That's it, I think. Chaki's gonna stabilize. What could WeX Hope draw that allows him here? So what this game came down to, Chaki got really unlucky that Jiraxis was this deep in his deck, first off. And second off, WeX Hope did not take that bump into the 2-6, and that resulted in him having to miss 5 damage. And if he had that 5 damage, he would have killed Chaki the turn before Jiraxis could have came down. There's no Holy Novas remaining in WeX Hope's deck. There's no Blackwing Corruptors remaining. There is no way that he can gain 1 additional damage. So Chaki goes all face, sets up the unstoppable lethal, and ends the game. WeX Hope does not have Holy Fire in his build. That was Jason Zhao, one of the earlier players from the Chinese team that had the Holy Fire. But yeah, very well played by Chaki there. Able to capitalize on the one mistake WeX Hope had made. WeX Hope played, up to that point, I'd say fairly optimally. And then it was just that one turn where he didn't bump into the Dirty Rat, and Chaki punished him and came back and won the game. Absolutely stellar. Wow. Down 0-2, too. Down 0-2. Drawing unfavorably in a favorable matchup. The game's getting dragged out forever. You're just sitting there dying the entire time. You think there's no chance to win. He keeps his composure, stays calm, sees the line, and punishes his opponent's mistakes and takes a win. That's good Hearthstone. We might not even have to unleash the noodle. That being said, it is still an uphill battle for Chaki. Let's not forget that he still has Jade Druid remaining that needs to somehow get a win against the aggression of the Dragon Priest, which has the Draconid Crushers in it to capitalize on its ability to be aggressive. And he has Reno Mage he has to get a win with. And one of the most difficult matchups for Reno Mage is Dragon Priest. If you look at the stats on it, on any of the websites out there that gather stats, most people look at the Vicious Syndicate stats, you're going to see Dragon Priest versus Reno Mage is like 70% for Dragon Priest, which is absurd when you talk about global stats like that. Having a 70-30 matchup is pretty unheard of unless it's like moronically favored one way or the other. So Chaki still has a battle to win to try and win this series. He's going to take the easier matchup first. Going to take the Druid, try and get inside Hope's head. If he can even the series 2-2, then the mental aspect of Hope starts coming into question. We can see him already. He's nervous and chewing on a hat. So you see your opponent start chewing on a hat. That's a guy you can mentally break down. Pretty good hand for the Jade Druid. Nourish is a pretty solid card against the Dragon Priest. Just being able to cycle your deck, find additional cards, extremely powerful. This Dragon Priest curve is superb. Emperor Thorsan picked up for Chaki. He mulliganed away Nourish and kept all of the defensive options. So Chaki's game plan isn't to outvalue his opponent right off the bat. He's just looking for all of the removal possible. He wants to remove every minion WeX Hope plays, and he feels, if I can take this game to the late game, I'm going to win. So all I need is defense. I don't need any sort of offense. But sometimes with Jade Druid, when you take that route, that line, you can get in situations where we had the first game with Chaki's Jade Druid versus the Pirate Warrior, where you can actually just get outvalued because you don't have enough cycle. You just like miss your nourishes or whatnot, but Chaki's confident that he's going to be able to find the nourish later on down the line, mulligans it away, and for his sake, I hope he doesn't run out of cards, because this is a hand that's looking like it could very easily fizzle. But the opening coin Wrath. He wants to get rid of this minion for the turn 3. And if he coins Wild Growth, it's a bit awkward to get rid of it, because he's just going to float the 1 mana when he does get rid of it the next turn. So he's trying to deny the Cabal Talon Priest value on turn 3 by wrathing on turn 1 so that he can Wild Growth on turn 2 into whatever his turn 4 might be. Unable to do so, as We X Hope has double 1-drops here, so that is going to guarantee the Talon Priest value. Okay. He's going to opt to not take the Talon Priest value, and this helps a little bit against Swipe. If Chaki's best turn 4 play is Swipe, then he can't really remove any minions here besides a 2-3. So it can be helpful against that, and he can save the Talon Priests for higher priority targets, like landing them on this 3-5, for example. Since he has 2 minions in the field, you can almost guarantee at least one of them is going to stick, so you don't really need to jam the Talon Priest immediately. So I like that by We X Hope identifying that against Druid. They only remove minions 1 at a time. Now that's a big minion. And he knows where the place is. The place is the face. There's no reason to kill that 1-1, really. You sacrificed too much to do so. And the overwhelming begins. Priest is so weird now. You know, back in the day, Priest was just a control deck, and now Priest is an aggro deck. Oh, how times have changed. I guess they needed some way to try and make Priest good in the meta, right? So the most important thing is developing pressure. The best ways to develop the most amount of stats on the table is what you want to be looking at. So Shadow Word Death was one option. This gets in a lot of immediate face damage. The other option was the Talon Priest heal, take double trades so you could save Shadow Word Death. The reason why I imagine We X Hope goes for this line of play is because he saw about 18 cards out of Chaki's deck the first game, with the Pirate Warrior versus the Druid, and there were no Ancient of Wars in Chaki's deck. So I think he's safely assuming that Chaki has cut Ancient of War from his Jade Druid build, and that's accurate. There are no Ancient of Wars in the build for Chaki. So the Shadow Word Death actually doesn't kill the taunts. He wants to save Shadow Word Pain to kill the taunts, because the taunts are 3/6 Jade Behemoths. So it's really important that We X Hope holds on to the Shadow Word Pain and just uses Shadow Word Death wherever he can to get tempo. Emperor Thorsand being the only Shadow Word Death target in the deck aside from Aya. So very reasonable to launch it there under these circumstances. If there were Ancient of Wars in the build, I would have said, you know, you definitely Talon Priest there, but there's no Ancient of Wars in the build for Chaki. Yeah. Play the biggest minion in your hand on curve. Seems good to me. That Dark Arakoa is essentially pushing 5 damage as it, you know, protects the 2 little minions. Spell Power Swipes available. So anything cute should be a pretty nice amount of removal happening this turn. To remove the entire board here with the Spell Power Swipe. Chaki's seized board control at 10 life. Both Feral Rages remaining for him to try and find. Oh no, he's cut Feral Rage from the build too! He has 2 Savage Roars, no Feral Rages, unless it's another typo on the deck list, but if that's the case, then he's got 10 life and 10 life only to work with here. But We X Hope uses the Blackwing Corruptor to try and regain some board control. Alright, the Feral Rages were... the Savage Roars have to be a typo. It doesn't make sense to run Savage Roar. So he has Double Feral Rage, no Savage Roar in the deck. The deck list just has the wrong cards put there. This is more logical. So yeah, WeX Hope needs to regain the board control to be able to continue pushing damage. Without it, Jockey can stabilize and make giant Jade stuff. Gadgettson's a fantastic minion in this scenario because it's very difficult for Priest to actually remove the 4/4 body once their board is cleared. So a lot of the time, this Gadgettson's just going to stick and win Chucky the game. And he's taking it extra safe, going with the armor. You could potentially kill it there. It's very unlikely you die, but possible. And with no answer to Gadgettson, this is going to be rough for WeX Hope. And Gadgettson's going into a 10 mana turn too, so if Chucky is able to find Wild Growth, he gets to really power cycle through his deck. No dragon to buff anything. It might be time to give up on finding the dragon for the value. You may have to just tempo out the Secret Agent, land the Cabal Talent Priest on it, and try and fight for board that way. It's not pretty. None of the options look good. It's a 5/9. It's a captured Jormonger in dragon form. 1 mana cycle. Not too bad with a Gadgettson on the field. Nice little 4/4. Can't complain about more heal and more removal. Now that's a big board. Takes the trades to try and play around AoE. He's thinking about Dragonfire Potion with these attacks, which is really smart. Dragonfire Potion is one of the ways that this gets really shut down for Chucky, so... Shadowward Pain finds its target. The Gadgettson can get dealt with. There's hope. He's playing the game. No Light Bomb for Priest. So they really struggle once the Jades start getting this big. And every Jade card that Chucky plays from then out is just massive now. So the hope for WeX Hope now becomes instilled in Chucky kind of drawing dead for a little while, and Hope finding Deathwing. Or Dragonfire Holy Nova. But he's hoping there's no more Jade cards from Chucky. Commits to trying to regain the board right here, right now. He's in for a nasty surprise. The full tempo, develop all the minions play from Chucky. $17 damage for him next turn. Power Word Shield, not a lot of help. He's not dead yet. Not alive by much either. He's looking to try and find the Discover. Unable to find the Discover for Deathwing. I can get a lot of taunts out there. Oh, I don't know if he's going to be able to buy another turn through this. This seems brutal. Fangel just keeps giving. Maximizes the life total. I like it. Just in case the priest randomly burst him for 23. And Shockey's evened up the series 2-2. But this is the expected outcome. I would say a lot of the times this will happen. It got kind of close there in the Warlock game, but the Druid game was a complete stomp. Now the challenge comes in. This is the real moment of truth. 2-2. Chalky has Reno Mage versus the Dragon Priest. Reno Mage, not fantastic against Dragon Priest. Not fantastic. If you were going to bring a deck to counter Reno Mage, the best possible standard deck that you could currently bring is probably Dragon Priest. So this is a hard counter. Absolutely hard counter. And it looks like WeX Hope gonna take a quick intermission, you know, get his wits about him. That's smart. You know, if there's any time to take a break, it's before this match. Hey, you just lost 2 in a row. You know, take a breather. Go to the bathroom. Jockey's pretty happy about the situation right now. Making the comeback. Spirits are high on the North American team. Still impressed by that Reno Lock game. The Reno Lock game, it was sick. I wonder if Chalky's checking the stream right now. Everybody say hi, Chalky, in chat. Oh, he is checking the stream. You can see it. Supporting the Team North America. They got notes and stuff going on. I wonder how much information you're able to take to the table with you. Oh, it looks like you put the paper down. See, you can just look at it, you know, then. You can't just bring it with you to the table. So, let's take a closer look at this Reno Mage. We've seen the Dragon Priest plenty of times now. We know all the cards in the Dragon Priest. The Reno Mage deck, I'm just going to throw it up here, is... Chalky's got an interesting variant with Cold Light Oracle, fancy new card, Elise Starseeker for some hot golden monkey action, and also he has Manic Soulcaster in there. So max value, the craziest, greediest, controlliest Reno Mage you ever did see. And it even has Ragnaros in there, Faceless Summoner. It doesn't even have Emperor Thorsan. It has Faceless Summoner instead, which is just screams more value. So he doesn't have the burnout plan. Like, there's no Antonitis, there's no Pyroblast, so he has to actually outgrind and outvalue the Reno Mage. He can't win by over-the-top damage very easily, because if you look at his over-the-top damage, there's no Ice Lance, there's no Pyroblast, no Antonitis for additional fireballs. He's got 12 damage or so. He's got 15 burst in one turn maximum, basically, and no Emperor to try and really set up. Or is there even? There's not even a torch in here. Oh, there is. Okay, yeah. And it looks like they're getting into the game in 1 minute. So there's no torch in here. Or there is the torch in there. So he does have the ability to go 12 over the top in one turn. So 12 over the top's decent. With Kazakis, sometimes you can get the 10 mana, deal 8 damage, and deal 6 to all, which can be extremely effective, or the Polymorph Ball deal 8 damage. Because Dragon Priest, one of their biggest weaknesses is they have no burst healing. So if you're able to kind of create a Kazakus Pyroblast, or even 2 Kazakus Pyroblasts, you can really punish them by Alex rousing them from 30 down to 15. They heal to 17, and then you hit them with the Kazakus Pyroblast for 10 mana, which also clears the board, buying you another turn, because they can only deal damage with minions on board. They have no burst from hand. So that 17 minus 8, now they're at 9 life, they heal to 11, and then you Fireball Roaring Torch them. That's the game plan I think is most effective against Dragon Priest. But anyway, I'll let you guys watch the interview.
我最喜欢的卡牌是寒冰屏障，我最喜欢玩的卡组毫无疑问就是兵法。然后在黄金超级联赛夏季赛中是获得了季军，然后在秋季赛中进入了8强，在最后的年底总决赛中也是获得了亚军，惜败给了国家队。我最开始知道自己被选入中国队，代表中国队参加中美对抗赛的时候，我一方面是比较激动，但是另一方面我可能又会比较紧张，心理压力会比较大，就是怕自己可能在比赛中犯出很多失误之类的，然后有损中国队的形象。这次比赛，我想对自己说，我希望可以拿下中美对抗赛的第一个5杀。我想对美国队说，你们看着吧，今年的我们跟去年的我们可是不一样的。
Hi, I'm Chalky. I'm from America. I've been playing Hearthstone professionally for about 3 years now. And I would probably say I'm more of an aggressive player than anything. That's my preferred play style. I would say my personality is just that I really like to play competitive games. I really just enjoy everything about playing games against other people. Hearthstone has let me do that, and that's been great. Professional Hearthstone's been great. I mean, I've been doing it for about 3 years now. It's kind of been there for all the ups and downs, and it seems like it's improving every year. You know, the making money through Hearthstone has been fun, and it's been a great lifestyle. I have placed in the top of mini tournaments. I've got a lot of second places. This last year, I was able to finally get a first place win. I won DreamHack Austin. I don't really like the new Hearthstone set, but I'm hoping that things get a little better with the new set coming out next year and the new standard rotation. So I have high hopes for the future, but right now I think kind of the game is in not the greatest spot it's ever been in. The most important meaning of Hearthstone for me that it's really given to me is just it's something that I can be the best at and kind of show my skill through. I've tried to, play games at the top level for pretty much all my life, and Hearthstone's really the first one where I've been really at the top of the game and respected by a lot of people. Our goal is to just win. I mean, if it's, a really close victory, that's fine to me. It'd be really cool, if we could just absolutely stomp one of the days, but I'm just hoping for a win however we get there. Thanks for the money, Ellie Giggle.
Thanks for the money, Ellie Giggle. It's a pretty bold statement. NA is currently down. I don't think anyone on the NA team expected day one to go the way that it went, being down 3-1 after day one, but they're fighting their way back. Chalky looking to try and even everything up, right? Or yeah. It would be 2 players remaining for both sides if Chalky's able to take this. The odds are stacked against him. But he's made it this far. This is the player that they sent out to counter Chalky's lineup, and he's made it to 2-2. The opportunity to beat the guy designed to counter your decks. It's always a good feeling when you're able to do that. But the toughest matchup for him still awaits. Reno Mage versus Dragon Priest. Azure Drake's a pretty good card against Dragon Priest. I don't know if it's a card you want to keep off the mulligan, but if there's one thing Priest is not good at killing, it would be 4/4s. I think it's a bit too slow, though. You need to find maybe Doomsayer, Frostbolt. Getting a Doomsayer off in this matchup has got to be the number one way that you just start winning. You get ahead on tempo from that position, and Chalky's deck only functions well ahead on tempo. When you're behind on tempo, you cannot really play Ragnaros out onto the board because it just has a bunch of targets, and if there's a lot of targets, that means a pretty high chance some of them are going to be bad targets. So the most important thing for Chalky is to try and get ahead on tempo, so cards such as Water Elemental, Faceless Summoner, and Ragnaros become strong. Meanwhile, WeX Hope's game plan is simply to try and find Bran, and use as many Discover cards with Bran as he possibly can, and just create infinite minions for the Mage deck to deal with. So the Mage deck is a reactive deck with a lot of removal, and its strength is that it can, most of the time, kill a lot of the minions that people run in their deck, because most decks are about half minions and half spells. And so when you start trying to outvalue people and grind them out of the game, they have a big first initial wave of minions, and then you kill all of it, and then they're out of stuff. They have the removal spells left in their hand that they run in their deck, and no more minions left. Well, Dragon Priest runs maximum 4 removal spells. Double Shadow Word Pain, Double Shadow Word Death, generally speaking. And then all the other 26 cards in the deck are either Power Word Shield, which draws additional cards, or minions, pretty much. Sometimes there's some Holy Novas in there, but the point being is the amount of minion density in the deck is what makes it so strong against Reno Mage. Because there's never that gap where Reno Mage clears a bunch of the minions and you're just left with like that super weak reload as the Dragon Priest, because you just always have more stuff. The deck's just a stuff generator. Interesting to see if he goes for 5 or 10 here. He does have a Flame Strike already, which can simulate the effect of a 5-mana potion. He does choose to go for 5 for the clear. Sometimes you gotta go for 10 because the health of the minions can get so high that they're very difficult to remove with standard AoEs or removal spells. But no Talon Priest yet for WeX Hope, which is very good for Chalky. The Talon Priest is so scary. It makes you kind of have to polymorph a minion, otherwise it continues punching you in the face for like 3 damage every turn or whatever, which doesn't seem like much at first. 10 turns down the line, though, it starts getting pretty annoying, and you never really want to be forced in a situation where you gotta polymorph some super small minion. Shadowward Pain is pretty splendid here. You don't get a combo to Discover with the Bran, which is a bit unfortunate, but yeah, he's gonna save it for the Bran. It is not too bad. Deal 4 AoE, deal 5. Roaring Torch is 2 burn spells in 1. You can't beat that value. That's gotta be the pick here. Babbling Book, it could be a Roaring Torch and a 1/1. But in a favorable matchup, I don't think you want to gamble that. I think you want to just take the best card that's presented. What does trading play around? Mind control tech, but we know that's not in the build from Chalky, so trading doesn't play around too much. But I do like WeX Hope actually, slowed down and thinking about the trades. This series would have been over earlier if WeX Hope had done that with the Reno Lock game. He made one little misstep on that game with the trades, and it resulted in Chalky being able to utilize a Kazakus potion to swing the entire game around. Yeah, without mind control tech too, this matchup's even harder. One of the best ways that the Reno Mage can really win this matchup is a huge swing turn with Bran, Dirty Rat, MC tech, being able to steal 2 minions from your opponent and pull 2 Battlecry minions out, making sure that they don't get the value off of that, because you get a huge tempo swing with the minions stolen, obviously. And then the Priest can't recover from that, and you just win on board pressure at that point. But no MC tech is pretty painful for this matchup. Just cleaning up the board here, trying to stem the bleeding, slow down the opponent. Set up for the cleanest possible Faceless Summoner turn, which is oftentimes good. There's not many 6-drops that create as much stats on the board as Faceless Summoner. Actually, there might not be any. Yeah, I guess active Draconid Crusher, but most of the time, Faceless Summoner is just one of the highest value plays that you can do. And then he follows it up with Firelands Portal into Rag. So, all things considered, the cards are lining up very, very nicely for Chalky this game. And he needed it too. This isn't a good matchup for him, and he might just be able to tempo it out with his tech choices and hitting the Dream curve here. He's got like a Secret Paladin action curve going on. He even high rolls the 3-drop there. Imp Boss, very solid 3-drop. Denies the ability for WeX Hope to go with like a Power Word Shield Bump Holy Nova play, which may force out the death. And if the death gets forced out, then Ragnaros becomes way more powerful. So, either way, the thing that WeX Hope needs to be thinking about this turn is how does he best interact with Firelands Portal coming out from Chalky? Because that is the ideal power turn 7 play from the Reno Mage deck. So as long as he can set up in a good position around that, I don't think it's that relevant how many resources he has to expend. So I'd like to see maybe just even Pain and Death. Just secure yourself up against Firelands Portal. Deny all of the value you can get on the current board state. Ooh. The Discover without the brand means one less 9-drop for him. I guess he wants the 1/3 body to contest the Imp that's going to come out with the trade Firelands Portal. Okay. So he wants to save Shadowward Pain for Doomsayer, which is smart because you do need an answer for Doomsayer, otherwise Freeze plus Doomsayer, if that ever clears your entire board, you are going to lose as the Dragon Priest player. So he's setting up in future turns to play around the Doomsayer, managing his resources for that, at the cost of Firelands Portal being a little bit better for Chalky. I don't know. Sometimes gambling on the future causes you to lose the present. Present is always more pressing than the future. What is going on here? Chalky just wants to develop the Water Elemental instead. Interesting. So the play from WeX Hope made Chalky change from Firelands Portal to Water Elemental to try and gain additional value out of the Imp Gang boss, which then walked into the Shadowward Pain that WeX Hope saved. So a little bit of mind games action going on there. Which led to a favorable outcome for Hope. I guess Firelands Portal is always going to be good in the future. It's interesting. Well, you could play a 9/9 this turn. Or you could take the clean removal play of the Shadowward Pain. The 9/9 will be a 9/9 later on. So WeX Hope is just going for a little bit less of a board development play, and also the 9/9 into the face of a Water Elemental is a bit scary, as the Water Elemental can just freeze it. So I think it's more reasonable to go with the clear play. I was just trying to think about what else he was thinking about on the turn, because I didn't see any other good options there. Ragnaros is not ideal. Too much pressure on the board for Chalky to really just play out the Ragnaros. Flame Strike surrenders all of the tempo back to WeX Hope. Reno Jackson is a play that could allow for the Ragnaros to come out next turn. It Depends how defensive he wants to be. He could just play Ice Block, allow WeX Hope to try and pop him, and then get full Reno value later on, and set up for bigger AoEs later. Now he's just going to take the Flame Strike value in the immediate. He's going to have 2 1/1s to fight back against whatever WeX Hope can develop. You have to imagine the 9/9 comes out now. The other option is to go wide on the board, since you did just see an AoE. You could play out the Blackwing Technician, as well as the Twilight Guardian, and the Power Word Shield, so all 3 cards on the right side of the hand to try and play around Polymorph a little bit. I'm not so sure if I like playing around Polymorph, though, because the Crusher only temporarily works. There's only like 1 or 2 good cards that answer it. Both eat up most of Chalky's turn, and you follow up after that with a Nixia, which once again requires one of those single target removal cards, such as Polymorph or the 0 mana Flame card. So they both require the same answer. So if you play 2 things back to back that require the same answer, cause the same problem enough times, eventually they don't have the answer for it. It's just like if you poke a tree enough, eventually you chop it down. So Chalky can set up to kill this over multiple turns utilizing the Blizzard here. He can even get a Dirty Rat out if he wants this turn. Trade off one of the Whelps, play Dirty Rat and Blizzard alongside of it. Other options, he could just Blizzard and set up the Ice Block this turn, be extra safe. He could clear the entire board this turn and play Firelands Portal. So he could swing it in his favor and not even have to use Blizzard this turn. He's got the Firelands Portal plus Volcanic Potion. So, depends how defensive he wants to be or if he wants to start mounting towards offense. Sometimes the greatest defense is a good offense. I like the Trade Volcanic Firelands Portal. Okay, the Frostbolt Ping. I wonder what Chalky's saving this Firelands Portal for. He just wants to be extra safe, he wants to get the Ice Block out, and he'll wait for Firelands Portal to find the opportune time to strike. It's interesting. It's a lot less tempo. It does deny your opponent from getting Blackwing Corruptor value, stuff of that nature, because they don't have a minion that they can develop on. And WeX Hope does always have to be developing minions. So, for example, here we can see the Blackwing Corruptor is probably getting developed and it's going just face rather than being an influential way to remove the Firelands Portal minion from Chalky. So Chalky is essentially squeezing more value out of his cards and more value out of his Reno this way. Because the face damage is irrelevant when you just heal up with Reno. That's pretty interesting. It's a really clever little way to gain more Reno value and prevent your opponent from interacting with your board. Because at this point, WeX Hope's halfway through his deck. So the odds of him having a Blackwing Corruptor with not playing any yet is actually pretty high. So Chalky forces the Blackwing Corruptor Battlecry to lose all value by being patient with the Firelands Portal. Some sweet, sweet control micro decisions. So if we continue down this theme, in this style of generating max value per card, then maybe it's a good Ragnaros turn. Okay, he's looking to try and contest the Blackwing Technician with the Firelands Portal minion, and just clean up that way. Too afraid that he would get popped with the Ragnaros, felt there was too much pressure on the board. It's a nice safe little line. 8 damage for WeX Hope, unable to pop currently, but is able to cycle a Fireball into his deck and put out a lot of pressure on the board. Cold Light Oracle drawn for Chalky. I'd imagine that's not the card he wants to be playing for a very long time in this scenario. So, he knows one of the cards in We Hope's hand is a dragon. And the other two cards, well, at least the one on the left, has been sitting there for a very, very long time. So he can position that one to most likely be Holy Nova, since there's been death targets and there's been pain targets. And so you can safely assume that in We Hope's hand, there's one dragon, one Holy Nova, one random card. Not the greatest spells picked up from the Discover. Courier, not able to get the job done. It looks like Chalky wants to pull out the one dragon remaining. He assumes it's a small dragon, and he assumes that he's pretty likely to get popped this turn, I guess. Tries to roll for Doomsayer. But he doesn't mind getting popped because he has the Reno to come back afterwards, but this is kind of a brutal pop. The second Holy Nova pickup is super clean, allowing Chalky to get popped at very low life total. You know, 1. You can pop Chalky at 1 and have full health on all of his minions. So yeah, I think you set him to 1 and clear the board. You can get away. He's trying to see if he can maybe get away with 1 Holy Nova instead of 2. I don't think you can get away with just 1. You have to leave the Bran up if you only want to use 1 Holy Nova, right? Maybe he's not scared of Bran. Okay. Let's find that interesting. This is good against Blizzard, so that's an interesting side note, right? You get to heal your minions back up after the Blizzard, so they can't set up to kill them. Curious. I would have just snapped on the double Holy Nova, because I'm too scared of Bran. I'm too afraid of crazy stuff happening when that guy's on the table. Kazakis hasn't been played yet, but Chalky wouldn't have played out the Bran if he had Kazakis in his hand. So Kazakis needed to be a top deck in that scenario. So I think that's a good understanding of the situation by We Hope there. And he's going to get heavily rewarded for that play. That Holy Nova is now going to be able to draw him 3 additional cards. Wow. Really heads up play by We Hope. Saving a Holy Nova, getting rewarded, getting 3 extra card cycles because of it. And you gotta go max draw here, for sure. Yeah. Look at that. That is value. Oh, Kazakis was played. I apologize for that. I forgot Kazakis was played. It's been a long day of talking to myself, guys. Sometimes you just lose track of things in your own head. No mind control tech in the build of Chalky. No reason to fear having 4 minions extended onto the field. Ten cards remaining for Chalky. 6 cards remaining for We Hope. He is close to getting to the point where Chalky just runs him out of cards and kills him with Cold Light Oracle. The fatigue plan. The fatigue burn damage. Alright. That's not something you see every day. But the problem still remains that this board is big and growing fast. I think you need to get more value out of the Blizzard, though. The scary part about Rag is a lot of the time it gets immediately deathed, but it's your best way to stop/slow down the mounting of pressure. And Chaki's trying to encourage WeX Hope to draw at this state of the game because he wants to win with Cold Light Oracle damage, it looks like. But WeX Hope doesn't have too much to fear. Flame Strike's been played, Kazakus Potion's been played. The only AoE Chaki has is Blizzard. There may be a Frost Nova in the build. Yeah, there's a Frost Nova in the build, so that could slow down an extra turn, but WeX Hope has a Fireball in the back of his deck. He's power cycling still. He doesn't care about the Cold Light Oracle. He just wants to find as many minions as he can, as fast as he can, and that's totally reasonable. That's how he wins this game. I don't think Chaki's Cold Light Oracle is going to be fast enough, regardless of how much WeX Hope draws, which may beg the question that Chaki's ping there might have been bait to try and say, I'm trying to fatigue you, don't draw any cards, and then Chaki, would be favorable if WeX Hope stops drawing cards, but WeX Hope's not going to buy it. He's going to continue cycling his deck, look for that Fireball, look for that Brand, which he's desperately needed all game, and it's going from bad to worse for Chaki here. There's still hope. He's the Priest player, he's winning. But there's still a chance for Chaki. Alex Strauss is a solid pickup. The scary part is if the Fireball is in WeX Hope's hand, and he has the Corruptor, then he can burst for 9, and 12 plus 9 is 21. So if Chaki YOLO Alex is here, he can die. And he understands that, but he knows it's not getting any better. The field's not going to be any weaker anytime soon. He's got to go for it now and try and set up lethal somehow. Hopefully slows him down a lot. Both deaths have been used, so he's hoping WeX Hope has to trade into the Alexstrasza, which is kind of the case. Chaki has potential for 9 points of burn, so WeX Hope does have to respect the Alexstrasza. At least enough to play Twilight Guardian this turn. He doesn't have to respect it enough to kill it, but if he plays Twilight Guardian, I believe he's safe around the lethal outs for Chaki. So Brand's already committed to the field. He's got to start doing something soon. May run out of time on the Discovers. Does look like he is just going to kill the Alexstrasza. He was thinking about trying to potentially leave it up, but I think the responsible thing to do is kill it. Weird things can happen if you leave that up. There's just so many outcomes you could be not planned for. And he's just going to heal himself. He thinks he's got enough value with the minions he currently has. He doesn't need to get the Brand value on the Discover. He thinks the current board can just kind of take it. The Cold Light Manic Soulcaster Cold Light combo. To try and get the mill damage to close the game. He has the Blizzard too, which can stall a turn. He's got Frost Nova, which can stall a turn. Chaki still has a large amount of cards in his deck. I think he's still at like 9 or 8 cards left. So the odds of Cold Lighting into Frost Nova are not ideal yet. So he could maybe Blizzard this turn, and then on a following turn go Cold Light, Manic Soulcaster the Cold Light, Frost Nova, and get the second Cold Light. The issue starts becoming that his health is so low that he may take fatigue damage on his own. Oh wow. The Cold Light gone this turn. That means it is guaranteed to be killed, because WeX Hope has Shadow Word Pain. Chaki has 9 points of burn in the deck with Fireball plus Roaring Torch. I guess 10 if you count the ping. So 10 points of burn. Fatigue's going to hit for 2. Fireball should seal the game. Ice Block has already been popped. Oh my. That is some fire. Goes with the Elise. Tries to stem the fatigue damage, I guess. Chucky still has Babbling Book left. If he can Babbling Book into Ice Block, he can buy himself enough time to actually fatigue out the Dragon Priest. $10 damage and fatigue for 2, leaving Jockey with 12 bursts this turn. The Loot Hoarder can draw into the Babbling Book, which can freeze. Can also draw into the Frost Nova, which can freeze. Uses the Arcane Blast on it. There must be some 7 mana out. He has Arcane Intellect left, maybe? And then he would be able to Babbling Book plus Frost Nova. Unable to get there, but ever so close. He tried to make it happen. A crazy game. Tried to get the Cold Light Oracle Manic Soulcaster Mill Mage going on. But the aggro priest, aggro-y Dragon Priest was just too much. And that's how that matchup goes, man. Not exactly like that, but it goes in the Priest favor. That is the hardest counter deck to Reno Mage in the current metagame of standard decks. So, Chalky fought back, got it to 2-2, but didn't quite make it there. Now it's time. It's time. NA is down to the last man standing. There is only the Noodle. It is Noodle up against 3 of China's finest Hearthstone players. He needs to all kill. He needs to defeat all 3 of them, all alone. Reynad versus China. We're unleashing the Noodle. First, he has to take down WeX Hope with the aggro lineup. The grassroots player from the China Open Tournament scene. The weakest player on the China team, as said by the Chinese players themselves. And still remaining after that, he has to take on Lovely Chook, the winner of EU versus CN, the guy that won the Ferrari and tried to prove that China is better than the European region. He defeated Colento in the finals of that tournament. And also there's Omega Zero, who is the current #1 point holder in China. He was #1 points in 2016. He's #1 in points for BlizzCon in 2017. He's already qualified for the Winter Championship. He was at BlizzCon last year, and he has the most #1 Legend Ladder finishes out of any player. He still waits in the ranks as well. So the Noodle's got a tall order in front of him. But if there's anyone that can do it, it's Reynad, team captain. We put our faith in the Noodle. I don't know what any of this says, but I think this is Chinese social media. People live tweeting about the tournament. Fighting! Exclamation point. iPhone 7 Plus. Yeah, the new iPhone, it feels kind of scamazzy, right? They don't have the headphone jack. They make you have to buy their wireless headphones, right? I was thinking about getting an iPhone until I saw that, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. Just... I don't want wireless headphones. So, yeah, I've always been an Android guy, like since day one. Really dig the you can customize it so much easier, all sorts of stuff like that, and you know there's more gadgets and gizmos to play with. But now, You know, I don't have enough free time to play around with that garbage, so I'm thinking more going the consistency route with the iPhone. But then they did that whole headphone thing, and I'm like, I need a headphone jack. I listen to music all the time on my phone. That's like the #1 thing I do on my phone. So, just, I don't know. I don't want to be plugging in adapters and cords. I'm going to lose the adapter, and my cat's going to eat it, so it's just not ideal for my my lifestyle. Wonder what the Noodle's playing. Now, it looks like we're cutting to a commercial break. Anyway, we're going to cut to this commercial break, and then we'll be right back with some Noodle decks. All right, it is the moment everyone has been waiting for. We are unleashing the Noodle. The anticipation has been building to this. Reynad versus China. So let's take a quick look at what we got cooking up for us. Coming up, Reynad will be piloting his lineup of... Let me go back to the whole lineup overview here. So we have Reynad here, the Anchor, the Noodle, with Reno Lock, Miracle Rogue, Aggro Mage, Reno Mage. What's happening? Alright, looks like they're cutting to a break again. Anyway. Reno Lock, pretty standard it looks. Mistress, no power overwhelming in the Reno Lock here. See, no combo obviously because no power overwhelming. He's got Soulfire instead of Power Overwhelming, so no Power Overwhelming Shadow Flame combo will be available to him. Other than that, he's got the Mind Control tech in there. He's got Twisting Nether, so a few card differences from Chalky's no combo Reno. He opts to include, you know, still the Twisting, still the Mind Control tech, but nothing super wacky here. It's just a no combo control Reno that's gonna most likely try and be good against the aggro decks, but it's overall just kind of well-rounded. The Rogue deck, 1 Swashbuckler, 2 Buccaneers. Sometimes people opt for 2 Swashbucklers to help out against aggro a little bit. This seems geared more towards anti-control with double questing, only the 1 Swashbuckler, the double conceal. So he's got like an anti-control Miracle Rogue. And then, that's called Aggro Mage. It's an Aggro Shaman. And pretty standard Aggro Shaman. 1 Maelstrom Portal, 1 Drake, and the Finley. Amnesia kind of popularized those tech choices with his top 10 finish last season with the Aggro Shaman build. And then he's got a Reno Mage with the Ice Lance and the Pyro and the Solia. So kind of like what Dog was piloting. This is the Rage style of Reno Mage, the very aggressive Freeze Magey hybrid Reno deck. So it's as close to Freeze Mage as what currently exists now, because Freeze Mage in the pure freeze form is dead. So this is kind of like the closest thing to it. And those are the decks from Rainhead. We don't have the decks from the Chinese players, so no idea other than, you know, what we can kind of summarize from the last game. My cats are fighting. He's got well-rounded decks that seem like they can kind of beat anything. So he doesn't have, like, it doesn't look like any sort of super defined plan here, or he's not like a lineup that beats control or a lineup that beats aggro. He's just kind of got a mix of good decks that can kind of beat anything. So it's a very solid lineup for trying to do what he has to do. A very solid lineup for the reverse sweep all kill Rainhead vs. China, sending them to Noodle Town, unleashing the noodle on them. So I think as far as it could go for the Q order, this lineup makes perfect sense. So Draconid Crusher Priest up against Questing Adventurer Conceal Rogue. Conceal is a very influential card in the matchup, because if you could ever conceal even an Azure Drake, you just get such a powerful turn on the next turn, because there's really no way for the Priest to interact with it, especially this variation of Priest, which happens to not include any of the Dragonfire potions. So the concealed minions from Rainhead's side are basically immune to any sort of damage. Well, not damage, but death. Except on turn 10, or if there's double spell power present on the field. So, you gotta imagine Rogue's a huge favorite. Conceal helps out a lot in the matchup. One of the ways that Rogue can kind of fall on its face is if you don't find Azure Drake or you don't find Gadgets in Auctioneer, because he has double Counterfeit Coin and double Conceal. So he's got all of the greedy cards in the build, so it's not that unlikely for this Rogue deck to draw dead. Double Counterfeit Coin, double Conceal, double Cold Blood. So it's very possible that he never finds Gadget, fizzles out cards, and just dies, which is the scary part about Rogue. But as long as he's able to string together Gadget Conceal, then he'll be able to take care of business in this matchup and have no issues closing it out. It's just finding that Gadgets on Auctioneer. And conversely, from the Priest side, the Dragon Priest player is going to try and kill them before they find the Gadgets and Auctioneer by just trying to put as many stats on the board as possible every turn, playing on curve and going face. And one of the things that is a bit interesting that the Dragon Priest player needs to do to find success is staggering minions against Sap. a lot of people will just play the biggest minion in their hand instead of like 2 minions that equal up to the same mana cost, and that starts becoming extremely vulnerable to sap and eviscerate. So staggering out bunches of small minions is way more effective against rogues since they have very limited area of effect abilities. So it's super ideal to flood with small Zui minions instead of, 5/4s and 4/4s. So the Dragon Priest player needs to try and play Zoo Warlock, and the rogue needs to find Gadget Conceal. And whichever one can do that first usually ends up with a W. And typically speaking, the rogue finds its win condition first, because its win condition is 2 cards, whereas the Dragon's Priest win condition is an entire ensemble. The Noodle looks nervous. He's leaned way forward in his chair, not fully utilizing the comfort padding. It could be a misplay. Both players leaning all the way forward, focused. I guess it's probably just because the screen's too far up, huh? I wonder if you can see the cards from there on this little table thing in the middle, like peek over the screen. Raynad's a tall guy, like 6'4" or something. Yeah, he sits up straight. Maybe you could just look over his monitor on that middle thing. Anyway, Rogue already has Gadgets in Tomb Pillager and Sap. I would full keep this hand, and I think you can win the game from this position. Alright. Mulliganing aggressively for the Buccaneer. If you get a Buccaneer, it's even more powerful than how that hand was positioned already, so it's not bad. You could get even better than what that hand was. WeX Hope understands the matchup, just slams down Northshire Cleric turn 1, tries to mount as much face pressure as possible. Even a 1/3 is a lot of face pressure. And you power word shield that guy, play around backstab, make sure it sticks around beyond the dagger, and try and get 1 damage every turn. 29 more turns of this, and that's lethal. I don't think you ever sap that. You wait until the Talon Priest gets deployed on it, and then I think you could sap it. I think forgoing the opportunity to dagger costs you too much tempo later on in the game. So I think it's just a dagger pass turn. Thinking about maybe the sap, I guess. Or maybe even Tomb Pillager this turn, which I do not advise. Shadow or Death on curve against you would just be a blowout. You'd lose so many resources for the cycle. Oh, secret agent reporting for duty. Now 2 pressure. The pressure has literally doubled. Coin Azurdrake. Now that's a play. WeX Hope cannot Blackwing Corruptor yet, so that Azurdrake's gonna stick around. Oh, you went with the Tomb Pillager. Tomb Pillager is not bad either. He gets to save the extra coin this way, and the Azurdrake gets to come down next turn. Tomb Pillager threatens the board efficiently. Yeah, I think I might even like Tomb Pillager better than Azurdrake there. Nice and smooth. And you get to go coin Azurdrake into Azurdrake now, which is just delicious. Questing coin Sap, get a nice little 4/4. It's a very nice top deck for the turn. Yeah, a little bit worried about the potential of Blackwing Corruptor, but at the same time, if he Blackwing Corruptors your Questing adventure, that means your Tomb Pillager's sticking, and you'll have Azurdrake backstab on the Tomb Pillager to be able to just poke it off with the dagger, finish it, and kill it for 5 life and 0 mana, that's some good tempo. Okay, plays around Blackwing Corruptor this way by pumping it up into a 5/5, but plays into death. But if death happens, your opponent is very unlikely to be able to develop anything, and if they develop nothing, then you're free to just drop Azure Drake, and then you can have 2 Azure Drakes on the field uncontested. And Rogue with Spell Power is terrifying enough. Rogue with double Spell Power, now that'll make a Priest player cry. So the line checks out. I think it works better this way than if you had played around the death, because playing around the death and playing into Corruptor is much worse for you than the other way around. Playing around Corruptor is a lot scarier. WeX Hope gonna deploy the Corruptor this turn, as it does get immediate value on the board, and this allows him to free up his curve. If he just deaths, he develops nothing. This way he develops the Corruptor, and then can death next turn and develop something. Which seems good. Seven damage. That's not a bad amount of damage, that's for sure. You definitely have to death now. I think it's too much damage going forward to not death it, and especially with the looming fear of the potential conceals. Interesting. Holds on to the Talon Priest, but sends out to the Bran. He's not going to have time to get the value off Bran. I think he just wants to force the Azure Drake to have to trade, I guess. Patches can get pulled out by the small-time Buccaneer. Yeah, you'd prefer it if there's some way you could answer this without the Azure Drake taking damage. Because as long as the Azure Drake's at 4 health, the Priest player can't really remove it. But as soon as it starts getting lower, it starts getting into, I guess, Holy Nova and Blackwing Corruptor range. 14 pressure from Reynad's side, plus the Leroy. That's 20 damage next turn. Cold Blood off the top would be lethal. If WeX Hope is unable to remove any of the minions. And you know, his hand's not completely fizzled out, so it's pretty sweet. He's got Azure Drake to continue going through his deck. And he doesn't need much more fuel to close this one. WeX Hope, I think, needs to discover and eviscerate. And I think he needs to do it now. And he needs the Noodle not to draw Gadgets and Auctioneer for like at least 6 turns. It's not gonna be easy. But when there's a will, there's a way. That's not eviscerate. It's a temporary solution to a permanent problem. There's eviscerate. Not quite enough damage to get it done now, but utilizing the Azure Drake, or I mean Azure Drake number 2, I guess, and Azure Drake number 1, using them in conjunction with one another, you can eviscerate for 6, clean up that dragon, maintain board control. Holy Nova, 10.53% chance to be drawn for WeX Hope, and you know, that's his best top deck, I guess, for the scenario, and even then it's not great. Looks like Reynad's going to be trying to play around it here. Just develop Tomb Pillager, maybe take some trades and get the dagger up this turn. He just wants to develop the slower minion first, it seems. So he's going to give up patches and a little bit of damage in order to... oh no, he's not. He's got the coin dagger. Okay. I see what he's doing here. So he's trading the coin to basically do the same thing as the Azure play, but he develops a stronger minion, gets the Buccaneer damage, and he still has the coin, kind of. Because if he draws Gadget, most of the time the Tomb Pillager is going to die, and the coin just replaces itself. So I think that's better than the second Azure Drake Eviscerate. So I like how Reynad took all of the time there, waited till the rope, and found an even better play than the obvious play. That was pretty good. Crusher is a 9/9 now, though. But that doesn't matter when your opponent's dead. Is there any hope for Hope? He could make a really big taunt. 7 health on the taunt and heal for 2 if he wants this turn. Reynad only has 13 damage that can get through the Worm Rest Agent. Edwin Van Cleef is not additional damage, and a lot of the way that Reynad can trade here have to play into Holy Nova if he wants to take value trades. So that means his board could get a little crippled, but the Edwin pickup kind of makes it pretty safe to maintain the size of your board. You get 2 additional 4/4s after this. Counterfeit coin, not a lot of help. Holy Nova doesn't do a lot against this board anymore. Chillmaw. Does Chillmaw get the job done? Chillmaw does not get the job done. Oh, wait. No. Not even close. Twilight Guardian plus trade. Hey, you can kind of live on board, I think. But you have to be expecting, based on the way how aggressively Reynad's been playing, and based on the fact that he's rogue, and that card's been sitting there in his hand all game, that there is some amount of damage in his hand. Most likely, Leroy Jenkins. Live on board. But Leroy Jenkins is going to make quick work of that. Cold Blood for the icing on the cake if he even wants it. The noodle has been unleashed. Can't stop it now. Quick 1-0. No problems. Off to a good start for Reynad. He's got a long road ahead of him, though. A long road ahead of him. No BM either. He's got nothing but respect. Final boss for NA. China's battled all this way to get to the gym leader. Can they take down the gang boss? The head honcho? The noodle? They're reevaluating their strategy. The ref's clocking him. I guess they have a limited amount of time to talk about how they want to approach this. What decks they want to queue. So what does Reynad have left to try and win with? It's Conquest, so he has to win with every single one of his decks once. So the Priest can still be played from the Chinese side, but the North American side, the Miracle Rogue is through. So remaining decks are Reno Lock and Reno Mage. The no combo Reno Lock, featuring Spellbreaker, nice little tech card, Mind Control Tech, Jiraxis of course, because it's a no combo Reno Lock, and then the Reno Mage, the Burn variant Reno Mage, featuring Ice Lance, Pyroblast, Ink Master Solia, Burgling Bully, and Archmage Antonitis. A lot of firepower packed into it. It's basically Freeze Mage. So, basically Reno Freeze. It has no problem beating Priest. So I think one of the strong suits of Reynad's current lineup and the way that it's positioned is it should be very effective at sweeping the Priest, right? Like Miracle Rogue pretty much never loses to Priest. Reno Freeze Mage pretty much never loses to Priest. And Reno Lock with Jiraxis pretty much never loses to Priest. So if I'm sitting there and I'm WeX Hope, I'm starting to lose hope in this Priest. It is uphill for this Priest to try and get a win. And they're going hard. They gotta try and formulate a macro line of how they want to get a W with the Priest. Like, where is the opportunity to strike with a Priest? How do they beat Reno Freeze with Priest? It might be doable, but it's going to be tricky. I imagine it involves playing your biggest minion on curve and going face. It's a lot of Dragon Priest, but I guess the mulligan decisions. Yeah, I mean, the soft spot in the Reno Mage is still the fact that it's Reno Mage. It can draw inconsistently. It doesn't have that much added extra draw and has cards like Ice Lance in there, so if those are found without a lot of draw going on, it can run out of cards and be unable to get the combo. But it looks like we're going to a break while they analyze and set up their strategy for the rest of the match going forward. So be back in 30 seconds. Alright, it appears we are ready. Reno Lock appears to be the selected class for Reynad. We see the no combo Jiraxis build, got Dirty Rat, got MC Tech, got Brad in there. Lots of hot action against Priest. Shouldn't have any problem beating Priest. It also has Twisting Nether at the top end, so it's got all of the tools necessary to really bully Priest. So it should do fantastically. It's even got Sylvanas in there. Shambler, Argus, Sun Fury, all of the taunts necessary to make that transition into Jiraxis as safe as possible. Now, the only interesting thing and the little bit of downside against Priest is he has no Power Overwhelming. He has Soulfire instead of Power Overwhelming. So Power Overwhelming Shadow Flame isn't going to be a tool available to him, and that's kind of like a build your own Twisting Nether for the matchup that can be extremely potent. So I don't expect him to have any problems against Priest, though, and that does seem to be what's being queued up right now. We can see Priest getting queued up by Hope. So Priest versus Renolock. Reynad's lineup seems clearly designed to just bully that Priest into the ground. And Priest has been a very popular deck choice among the Chinese players. We've seen 3 Chinese players compete thus far, and of the 3, 2 of them have had Priest. So if that trend continues, we could see the Noodle shut down the entire Chinese team by exploiting their love of Priest. Do you ever just keep Draxus off the mull? Oh, he's already mulliganed, okay. So we didn't get to see the mulligan from that side, but Dragon Priest, not the prettiest curve in the world. Picking up Bran is quite nice, though. Getting that out early, if there's no Shadow Bolt to contest it, it's going to do a lot of work. So I'd love to see WeX Hope just coin out the Bran this turn. And if Reynad doesn't have Shadow Bolt, that puppy's sticking around. It would get punished by the Doomsayer into Spellbreaker sequence, though. I don't know if that's something I'd play around, but yeah, I guess it's worth thinking about. You do have a decent turn 2 option and can save the coin to get guaranteed brand value later on. It's just, when you're in an unfavorable matchup, a lot of times you get pressured into taking risks. Trying to get slight edges by getting rewarded on your risks, by them not having the answer to it, and then you're able to suddenly get a huge lead in a matchup where you're supposed to be behind. So it's an interesting decision. WeX Hope feels his hand strong enough. He's just going to go with the on-curve play, save the coin for potential options down the road, and try and guarantee the brand value. You know, I can't fault him for that. He doesn't actually have, like, the sickest amount of brand value ever next turn, if he were to have coined it out. So playing it this turn plays heavily into Spellbreaker, but also gives you the potential to go coin Draconid Operative, and that's too tempting, right? That's just too juicy. Or even to just start going wide with it. You could get massive value off of the Discover Dragon guy and Blackwing Technician next turn. So I think Reynad's just has to silence this brand. He knows the coin's waiting around the corner. Yeah, you don't have a choice. Brand's just too scary for Dragon Priest. And your biggest fear doing this is the coin Blackwing Corruptor on it. So he dodged a bullet with that one, though. Silence got out of the way, so WeX Hopes takes the opportunity to play Twilight Drake, now that it can no longer be silenced. A good little sequencing there to bait the silence out with the Bran, and then develop the Twilight Drake safely. Gonna hold back on getting the Kazakus Potion. Maybe trying to save for the 10 mana Kazakus Potion. Those can be extremely swingy in this matchup. Shadowward Pain out of the way. That means Doomsayer starts becoming a really big threat. So if Reynad can, clear enough pressure off the board to make Doomsayer not die on board, it can be extremely difficult for Hope to be able to kill it. But that's a problem for a later time. The problem right now is he's got no great action on this Sylvanas other than spamming minions and going face. So this is another kind of risk-taking point where he has the ability to decide maybe I can't beat Shadowflame. Maybe Shadowflame's just too good, and if he has Sylvanas into Shadowflame, I lose the game anyway, so let's not even trade into it. Or WeX Hope has the ability to say, my hand is good enough, if he has Shadowflame, I can still beat it sometimes, so I'll slow down, lose all of my tempo trading into it, and then try and just outvalue him through the Shadowflame. It's kind of difference in playstyle, as well as difference in how you read the value of your own hand, or your position in the matchup. And WeX Hope thinks he's going to have no problem keeping up with Reynad. He might have a problem keeping up with Reynad. Abyssal Enforcer can come down and clear the board if he wants it. Plays into Blackwing Corruptor a little bit. Blackwing Corruptor coin death a lot. This can be one of those opportunities where you could get a Doomsayer to go off, since the Pain was used earlier. Usually you don't play around 2-ofs this early, but not an ideal time for Doomsayer because it doesn't set up for the clean Jiraxis. So you want to try and Doomsayer next turn, then be able to Jiraxis on 9 against an empty board, and then the game's just over from that position, especially with the taunts to follow up. Full tempo play. Doesn't even squeeze in the tap, just gets the ooze out there. He's got board control and he wants to keep it. The noodle smells blood. Mountain Giant's not too bad. With this many cards in hand. Argus doesn't accomplish much, you don't have board control. The Shadow Bolt could be utilized this turn to try and clean up some minion presence. Or in future turns even. So Shadow Bolt's a pretty good option. Mountain Giant is an okay option if you're able to get the board back in some other way. WeX Hope really was looking for maybe Twisting Nether there. So that he could just pass, do nothing, and then Twisting next turn. Taking the Mountain Giant. He's staying consistent with his line. Hope has just been focusing out on a lot more value-oriented lines of play than tempo. He realizes, you know, Reynad's health total's too high. He's got too much board control. I can't rush him down. I need to outvalue his resources and secure a big board before he can find Jiraxis and make the transition safely. If I'm able to do that, then I can run the noodle out of cards. But he's going to have a lot of bad news coming in because as he tries to go for this game plan, Reynad already has Jiraxis waiting in his hand. The Taunt Yeti. 4 mana, 4/5 with Taunt. Getting a bunch of taunts out before Jiraxis' turn is always nice. He might not even need Jiraxis, he's just got enough tempo on the field. Hope needs to find removal, and he keeps taking big minions instead of removal, which eventually is going to allow him to catch up. It's just a little scary with the amount of damage he has to take in the process of that catching up, because he plays big minion, Reynad goes face with everything, and then big minion trades into one thing, then Reynad goes face with everything again. You know, it's a process. It's not a one and done sort of thing for this board control. He's gonna lose some life, but Hope's fine with that. He's willing to trade life for board control. And that's heavily based on the fact that there's no combo in the Reno Lock from Reynad. It's a pure value Reno Lock. So there's no power overwhelming, there's no Leroy, there's no faceless. So Hope can afford to be very risky with his life total. Opts to hold back the Whelp and hold back the Coin Shadowward Pain. Wants to make sure he has an answer for Doomsayer. technically speaking, this is a clear board to play Jiraxis on. However, Reynad doesn't have any taunts after Jiraxis. He does still have Blast Crystal after Jiraxis, though. But he feels like he wants to just get in more taps before making the switch to Jiraxis. Or potentially never make the switch to Jiraxis with how much tempo he can just cause with just Blast Crystaling this turn. And speaking of tempo, Tempo MC tech. Played as a vanilla 3-3. Not getting the value of the battle cry, but mounting the pressure he needs to mount to end this game before WeX Hope can actually get all the value. Reno. We've seen a death. We haven't seen any corruptors yet. So the Reno is not live yet until we find Blackwing Corruptor. And I think that's it. There may be, you know, one or two other duplicates in the deck, but definitely Blackwing Corruptor. I actually don't know if he's drawn Operative yet. I think he created at least one. He may have created 2 Operatives this game and played both of them. But yeah, takes Soulfire here. The most defensive card. Getting aggroed down by no combo control Reno lock. And the Shadowward Pain's been used, so both Shadowward Pain's gone. Doomsayer is almost always going to be live going forward. So Reynad has the ability to safely Jiraxis transition while keeping a 4-4 on the field. And then from that point on, you just make Jiraxis hero power every turn. You have Kazakus to respond to threats. You have Doomsayer that you can initiate. You gotta imagine Jiraxis is extremely tempting. And if your opponent goes all face, you also have the Reno to respond. The one thing that's scary is the Draconid Crusher. You don't have single target removal for it because the Blast Crystal was utilized last turn. You have 1 Siphon Soul in the deck. You still got like 15 cards in the deck. So the Jiraxis transition, I guess the reason why he stays away from it in this case is because he's afraid of the Crusher. So he's just gonna, you know, milk all of his taps, gain as much value as he can out of that, and you know, actually get something out of this Reno. And I like this play better. I think if you weren't going to Jiraxis the turn 2 turns ago, then there's no reason to do it now. You just continue with the line of play that you had before, which is winning the game by just continuing to tap for additional cards and go wide, not having to rely on Jiraxis. Sometimes there's a weird Harrison Jones in their Dragon Priest or something, and they get off the Jiraxis weapon, or they Nefarian into Sack Pact. So Reynad's just being extra cautious here, playing around Nefarian into Sack Pack or weird Harrison Jones draw your entire deck sort of thing. So I like the Noodles line of play of just being extra cautious here. Discards the coin. It's looking pretty good for Hope with the discard there. When you go for the value line of play, when you discard the lowest value card in your hand, that feels good. Is there lethal here? Not quite. I think he is 2 damage off any way you slice it. So you can sometimes get lethal here if you Kazakus for a 1-mana potion and it gets deal 3 damage. So 75% of the time Reynad has lethal here. You could also turn Shadow Flame into damage, and then no, it's still not enough. Goes for the tap. yeah, I don't think it's necessary to rush anything. You're in a real good position when you clear the board and then go face, so I think tapping is reasonable. No need to just kind of do the whole Kazakis thing. This play seems solid. You play a 6-6, you set your opponent to 2. You got Hellfire to follow up. You save Kazakis for the resources. Four health, looking to try and stabilize the young Dragon Priest. Rayned has pretty good odds of finding lethal. With Kazakis for 5 mana potion, you have the ability to hit lethal, you have the ability to hit the board clear, and you have the ability to hit the summon. So there's just so many good things that could happen. Other than that, I don't see much. So, interesting side note, Kazakis 1 mana spell is a lot higher chance, or semi-higher chance of getting damage than Kazakis 5 or 10. Because on the 5 and 10 options, Polymorph is one of the possible outcomes. Whereas on the 1 mana options, Polymorph is not one of the possible outcomes. See, he's going for 5 and then he gets 2 rolls at trying to find 5 damage. So that's higher than 1 mana 1 and still sets up lethal for the next turn. Because Dragon Priest can only heal 2 health a turn. So at max, Hope gets up to 6 health next turn. And even if Hope is at 6 health, if Rayned hits the 5 damage one and has Hellfire, he can kill him. Well, I guess then the highest percent chance for Rayned for lethal there was the 1 mana one. Because 1 mana 1, he gets 2 chances at 75% for lethal. So Brand Kazakis double 1 mana into Hellfire lethal next turn. The only thing it doesn't play around is discovering healing from the Draconid Operative. So interesting. That's tough. It's still hard to say what is what is the absolute correct play on that turn from Rayned's side with the Kazakis there. That's tough. Looks like he did get the deal 5 damage. He moused over it. I think it's the second one. I mean the first one. Second one from the left. We'll find out shortly. He's picking it up, yeah. I think he got deal 5 on both of them. Deal 5, gain 7 armor. Hellfire. And that'll do the trick. Dragon Priest is down 0-2. Rayned's lineup seems designed to just eat Dragon Priests. Every Chinese player we've seen thus far has had Dragon Priest in their lineup. Maybe the Noodle has solved the Chinese meta. He's reading them like a book. So, what's left for Rayned to win with? All he has left that he needs to win with is the aggro, or not aggro, but the Freeze Mage, Reno Mage. It's got Ice Lance in it for the additional burn over the top. It's got Pyroblast in it for even more damage over the top. And Burgly Bully for coins, and Archmage Antonidas to turn those coins into fireballs. It's kind of like the rage build of the Reno Mage that was kind of popular for a little while, but then fell out and was kind of replaced by the more value-oriented Reno Mage. It's kind of interesting. The Reno Mage cycles, or the Reno Mage metagame, was sort of like Life Coach first brought it to popularity, and then from that point, Tice started making some changes to it as they were like on a team together, and then Rage came out with his way different Inkmaster Solia Pyroblast Reno Mage, and then from then everyone started going to Strife Crow's back to value-oriented Reno Mage, and now every time I queue against Reno Mage, it feels like it's 30 freaking different cards. So it's a deck that there's so much room for innovation and so much room for change that every player has their own, style of Reno Mage and their own cards that they prefer and like. No two Reno Mages are ever exactly copy-pasta. It's a really unique deck, and that's my favorite part about the deck, is you can design Reno Mage to beat anything. Like, it's so flexible with how many different tech slots there are and different things you can do with the cards. It's such a fun deck to play because of that. And one thing I'm for sure, looking at this deck list, looking at this burn damage, you gotta imagine it lines up well against Priest. The only thing that could potentially make it struggle against Priest is the fact that there is limited draw. So if you look at the draw options in the deck, there's Blood Mage Thalnos, Arcane Intellect, and that's it. And when you're trying to... and Azure Drake, I guess. And when you're trying to be the aggressor, you're trying to actually kill somebody, draw is important. However, draw is a downside against aggro. You don't want to have draw, because when you draw cards, you surrender tempo. You're changing mana into additional cards with any of the draw functions. And against aggro, you want to turn mana into board control all the time. So he's sort of made the Reno Mage... It's a Reno Freeze Mage, but he's cut the draw from the Reno Freeze Mage to make it more well-rounded against aggro. So it's more of a kind of do-anything sort of Reno Freeze. Not looking to target things too specifically. Probably gives it a favorable matchup against Priest, and then other than that, it's just kind of middle of the road versus other stuff, which is kind of the position you want to be with your decks as the closer. So, yeah, I think it's a well-designed, well-built deck, but it's going up against the wellest designed deck in all of Hearthstone right now, the Aggro Shaman. Standard, generic, cookie cutter, I go face real hard, classic aggro Jade Pirate Shaman. And this is not an easy deck to beat with any deck. But there's some heal, there's some freeze, there's some hope. The ooze is definitely good, able to stop the... Oh my god. Oh. Ugh. That's a bummer. Well, if he's able to find a Doomsayer and Reno, maybe he can make a Frost Nova Doomsayer into Reno happen. There's the Doomsayer. Okay, he's just dropping Bran here for the additional health to buy more time. Wow, this could be huge. Hope's going to be overloaded if he plays this Flame Wreath Faceless or this Lava Burst, which means he's not going to be able to answer the Frost Nova Doomsayer. That could actually totally swing the entire game, and Noodle could still take this, even after that disgusting opening. So, it's interesting to note, the Shaman player was very close to lethal there. Wow, I was thinking about killing the Bran. If he kills the Bran, he may just lose the game. Wex Hope correctly identifies to go face. He needs to hold the weapon to play around Frost Nova Doomsayer. He does do it. Frost Nova Doomsayer is still really strong for Reynad, but not as strong as, it actually going off. So Wex Hope has the perfect amount of mana to answer the Doomsayer. So let's say if instead WeX Hope Lava Bursted that turn, he could have went Coin Jade Lightning next turn to finish the final 2 damage to kill Reynad. And the only thing that would lose to is Kazakis. No. That's like some sort of weird ice block into Reno. So I think it would have been better off for Hope had he just launched Lava Burst face last turn, went face with everything, and then coined Jade Lightning the turn after. I don't think there was really any escape for Reynad out of that. But, you know, this is still going to work out very, very nicely for Hope. Reynad needs to top deck Blizzard into Flame Strike. And not die. And Hope needs to top deck all minions, and Reynad's got a chance. I wonder the hesitation here. You have to kill the Doomsayer. If you leave up the Doomsayer and go all face, then Reynad has the ability to play Reno and just win the game. .76% for Reynad to get Blizzard. Yeah, he needs the Blizzard. Like, Reno's not good enough. It's not Blizzard. He's already played the Frost Nova, so he can't Arcane Intellect into Frost Nova. Huh? See what you get anyway. Maybe there's a card you forgot that you put in your deck. Man, Shaman is devastating. That deck is just insane. WeX Hope on the board. 2-1 in favor of Reynad currently, but Shaman gets a win, and you kind of expect Shaman to get a win. You just you let that one go. You know it's gonna happen. It's not a big deal. You don't really stress over it too much, especially with that start from the Shaman. There wasn't much you could do. You just if WeX Hope had swung with the weapon, or you know, messed up saving resources for that Doomsayer, Reynad could have taken it, but that was not the case. So, piloted quite nicely by WeX Hope. And so the Reno Mage from Reynad is going to have to be queued up again. It still has the Priest, which is the super favorable matchup. But other than that, the other deck in WeX Hope's lineup, I think, is... he had Priest, Warrior, Shaman, and Rogue, I believe. So I think it's Rogue, yeah. So, the Freeze variants... I'll talk about it more when we get back from the break. Music turns up too loud during these. But anyway, we'll be back after a quick intermission.
My name's Andre. I'm known as Reynad in the gaming world. I was born in Kherson, Ukraine, and my job right now is being the CEO of Tempo Storm, an esports organization. So, my favorite cards and decks kind of change every week. I play just about every deck in the game, and it really depends on my mood. what cards I like. But if I had to pick a favorite one, I guess I would say Kazakis is my favorite card, and my favorite deck would be either Handlock or Reno. I started playing Hearthstone back in 2013 during the beta, so I've been playing for about 3.5 years now. I don't really keep track of the awards I've received through my life, but recently I got a pretty big one. I was nominated as Forbes 30 Under 30 for 2017, so I'd say that's the biggest award I've won so far. My goal in this match is to win. I'm going to try to avoid taking 30 damage, and I'm going to deal 30 damage to the opponent repeatedly.
"30 under 30. That's pretty sweet. The CEO of Tempo Storm. The executive. The captain. The noodle. Alright. So, most likely the rogue is going to come out to try and combat the Reno Freeze. It looks like we have the priest queued up on the screen there. So priest versus Reno Freeze. Typically speaking, Dragon Priest is really favored against Reno Mage, but because of the tech choices in this deck, I believe this deck has the ability to burn it out over the top and actually get a win in the matchup, which is pretty crazy. We saw it last time, earlier on in the tournament, where Chalky played up against WeX Hope's Dragon Priest with his Reno Mage, and the game went to the full count. Both players used all of the cards in their decks, basically, and Chalky was unable to keep up with the value of Dragon Priest, which is crazy. Dragon Priest just has so many minions, such a minion-dense deck, so many minions that create minions that you can't really control the board with removal. You can't remove all of their threats because their threats create threats. They just have infinite stuff. So the number one way to deal with a deck like that is to, instead of using burn spells on removing minions, you have to use burn over the top, which with Chalky's variant of Reno Mage wasn't possible because he simply did not have enough burn. Well, Reynad's version of Reno Mage doesn't have that problem. He's got a Pyroblast at the top, he's got an Ice Lance down below, he's got a lot of damage. If you look at, you add it all up, there's even the torch in there, that's 13, 15, 21, 31 points of damage, 36 if you count Firelance Portal, and that's not even beginning to talk about the Alexstrasza damage and the fireballs you're going to create off Antonidas. So this Dragon Priest needs to kill Reynad, needs to be extremely aggressive and hit the floor running and put pressure on right away so that Reynad can't use that burn damage on face. Otherwise, there's plenty of burn to go around. As far as pressure is concerned, Dragon Priest not off to a quick start here. It's not hitting the ground running, it's more hitting the ground crawling. It does get the card draw out though, and, you know, can't complain too much about card draw. Twilight Drake's always frustrating to deal with. Without a polymorph or something, a lot of times you're pretty tempted to launch a burn spell at it. Losing a fireball isn't that big of a deal when you do have Antonidas and such in the deck, so it looks like that's what Reynad's going to go for. He's going to just try and control the board for now. He has the ability to go coin Emperor Thorasand, get a discount on Ink Master Solia, and then play Ink Master Solia on 6, getting a 0 mana Firelance Portal. And you talk about tempo, you don't get any better than that. Burgly Bully could be interesting. The Reno Mage utilizes a lot of spells to try and control the board. You give that guy some additional health with that Power Word Shield next turn, he's not going away easily. Having to play Emperor Thorasand into a 5/6 definitely does not feel good. The Burgly Bully is tempting, but at the same time, you could try and get value out of your second Northshire Cleric as well as value out of your Cabal Talon Priest this turn. Just tries to focus on making a large minion, holds back the Northshire Cleric, most likely saving it for Holy Nova. That's one of the big ways that Priest tries to pull ahead in the matchup and find the key cards that they need to close it out, is getting tons of draw in one turn with Northshire Cleric Holy Nova combo. And this is the second Northshire Cleric for Hope, so he wants to try and make sure that can connect. Yeah, that's not an ideal target for the Firelands Portal, but Solia is a 5/5 still, so you get a 6 mana 5/5, and you could Firelands Portal to 3/4, getting a random 5-cost minion. It's not a bad little tempo play. Not a good one, though. It's a bit awkward because it doesn't help set up your AoEs. That's one of the other concerns, right? So another direction you could try and go with this is maybe you just Firelands Portal down the Draconid Operative and try and start setting up towards a Solia Flame Strike or something like that. So there's a few different ways you could try and go with this. Yeah. Oh, he's trying to set up the AoEs. He wants to take care of the big minion without having to polymorph it. So he's going wide on the board himself and trying to set up the AoEs. So immediately, Hope is going to pin that there is most likely a Flame Strike in Reynad's hand. That's otherwise, what is he doing? So there's a Flame Strike or a Blizzard or something in there. Probably a Flame Strike. It's going into your opponent's turn 7. All of your minions are now at 4 health or less. It's fishy. And he doesn't have great ways to play around Flame Strike. I mean, he can take the onboard trade into Solia, but that's what Reynad wants. Doesn't push any face damage, gets rid of the minion. I definitely think you want to develop things that do not have 4 health. Things with greater than 4 health should be developed on this turn. So 4/6, fantastic. That's more health, and yeah, I can understand the Warm Rest Agent being developed. He wants to make sure Reynad still has to Flame Strike. If he only develops the one minion, the 4/6, the Burgling Bully, then Reynad may not even have to Flame Strike at that point. So he wants to keep him honest, make sure he still has to do it. So he gives him one freebie. The Holy Nova for the Northshire Cleric now. Guardian played instead of the Blackwing Technician to try and protect the Azure Drake from the Kodo being able to value trade and ping. Ooh. Now there's a card. Currently he can only generate 1 fireball, but turn 10, being able to generate 2 fireballs off that guy and influence the board greatly with, Frost Nova Ice Lance is crazy strong. Now all that Reynad's missing is really the Alexstrasza, because he has the necessary burn to close the game. He just needs to find Straza. Another Burgling Bully. He's taking Azure Drake this time. He wasn't happy with the performance of the Burgling Bully previously, which is interesting because on the last pick, he had Burgling Bully and Azure Drake as options as well, and he had chose at that time to go with the Bully instead of the Azure Drake. 2 fireballs could be made, and technically the Antonidas can't die on board. Or you could wait and try and make 2 fireballs down the line. One of the interesting things to mention is doing a lot of burst in one turn is limited because the Emperor has already been used. The waiting game begins. Just gonna ping minions down. He's got a lot of life to play with. So by not developing, Reynad makes WeX Hope have to continue developing the board to try and pressure, which then allows him to get more value out of his AoEs, because WeX Hope can't really utilize his mana removing Reynad's minions if he's not playing any. So he has to utilize his mana then to develop, or also be hanging mana. Either way, Reynad's happy with those outcomes. 19 damage if 2 fireballs are generated. And remember, there's also a Forgotten Torch and a Pyroblast in the deck remaining, as well as Kazakus spell, which can generate additional damage. Antonitis in Chinese sounds goofy. The Ice Lance utilized. He doesn't need all of that burn. Just wants to remove the spell power, make it as awkward as possible to remove the Antonitis. Second Draconid Crusher. Man, there's 2 of those in here. Those 9/9s are going to prove quite powerful. Difficult to remove, set up a lot of pressure on the board. Reynad's down to the final freeze with Blizzard here. No Ice Block, no Alexstrasza. He's missing the essential parts of Freeze Mage, and that's the consequence of cutting the draw to make the deck more well-rounded against other matchups. So typically speaking, when you get towards these freeze variants of Reno Mage, you're going to see Loot Hoarders in there, or even Novice Engineers sometimes. You know, while those cards are pretty much useless against aggro, they allow you to have a much more consistent win rate in these kind of control-y matchups in particular. But Reynad was the anchor of the lineup, so he had to defeat everyone that's left, so he needed to bring well-rounded lineup. So I still support his deck choice and his building decisions. It's just, I'm just explaining how it's costing him a little bit of percentage points here. $14 damage on the board currently. So WeX Hope needs either Brand Blackwing Corruptor or Blackwing Corruptor Holy Nova to pop Reynad. He can play around it with Arcane Blast Ping on one of the minions and set himself in a position where he cannot be popped. The scary part becomes when WeX Hope is able to administer a bunch of damage this turn to be able to set up a pop through freeze on the next turn. So right now he has 12 damage, 17 with the out of hand damage. So he can set up that the second Holy Nova can pop Reynad. And he can do that by just playing Holy Nova this turn. He doesn't need to commit the Blackwing Corruptor. And then Bran or the second Holy Nova would allow him to pop through the freeze. But he chooses just to play a 9/9, which you can't fault him for that. 9/9s are big. No Shadowward Pain currently. That's a pretty powerful Doomsayer. He's thinking about playing Bran. If he plays Bran this turn, currently he doesn't have anything that works with it, but Kazakus off the top obviously becomes more powerful. And WeX Hope cannot Shadowward Pain both Bran and the Doomsayer, so one of those 2 minions sticks guaranteed. It's a little ambitious without anything in your hand that has Battlecry, but he does have a Courier remaining, as well as Kazakus remaining. But he is going to hold it back and just go with the ping. I like it. You get to remove the Cleric too, so your opponent has less odds of being able to find the necessary cards to deal with the Doomsayer, as well as you deny the ability for them to just Holy Nova and draw their entire deck. So I really like the decision to finish off that Cleric. And WeX Hope a little bit punished for not buffing the health on the Cleric. He has had a few opportunities where he could have used the Cabal Talent Priest on the Cleric to ensure that when Blizzard comes down, he can then Holy Nova draw his entire deck. And not buffing the health on that Cleric is extremely punished right now. Otherwise, if he Holy Novas, he has really good odds of finding the Shadow Word Pain. And if Reynad would have wanted to deny the Holy Nova draw at that point, he would have had to commit the Frostbolt, which then he starts losing a lot of his potential bursts, so then he can heal him over time. So interesting. He doesn't want to have a dead turn, so he commits Brand Discover. Discarding the Brand essentially for free. And Alexstrasza is drawn for Reynad. There's no threat of him being popped because WeX Hope did not set it up with a Holy Nova that turn. He had the Brand for the Corruptor. He could have Holy Nova, Brand, Corruptor popped to try and set up lethal for the following turn. Didn't go for it. So Reynad cannot be popped this turn. If Reynad's able to draw additional burn, or as Alexstrasza is unable to be answered, that's just going to be game. And there's no answer to this Alexstrasza. I don't think Hope took the most optimal lines this game. And that's going to be it. The Noodle takes it 3-1 over Hope. The comeback begins. 1 man down, 2 to go. A lot of Hearthstone remaining. Can the Noodle destroy all of China? The final boss. So who are they going to send out next? I don't know, I think WeX Hope got a little bit tired there towards the end. He seemed mentally fatigued. He started taking a lot longer on his plays and I think maybe overthinking some things. And you can't blame him too much. He was out there a long time. He had a grueling 3-2 victory over Chalky, where every game was long, except for the one Shaman game, and that weighs on you, man. Playing lots of Hearthstone back-to-back, you got the hope and aspirations of the team on your back. It's a heavy load to carry. And definitely starts mentally fatiguing you quite quickly. But yeah, it's interesting. Reynad's very well-rounded lineup is kind of hard to develop into. I'm not sure what in particular you'd really want to play against this lineup. You know, obviously Shaman, Pirate Warrior. I guess I wouldn't even say maybe Miracle Rogue, but I'm not sure. And then maybe just a Reno Mage after that. I think Reno Mage is in a good position against Reynad's lineup. Just a standard kind of value one. A lot of times, the value-oriented Reno Mage beats out against the Pyroblast / Antonidas versions of Reno Mage. Even if the value one doesn't include Antonidas, it just has Kabbalist Tome or something in place of that. Just because you get so many more threats. Especially if you have Manic Soulcaster and you're able to Manic Soulcaster a Kazakis. But yeah. His lineup doesn't seem to leave him open to getting counter-queued super hard. So that plays towards Reynad's advantages. They have to counter-queue him now, and He's got some hope. The poll results. Will NA recover and sweep round 1? 25% said yes, 75% said no. North America is screwed. Got a lot of European fans out there. Alright, well. Interesting live tweets. Let's read our own live tweets. We have a live tweet from Sidonia. Hashtag Unleash the Noodle. Tempo Raynet is up 1-0. Hashtag Unleash the Noodle. This is the moment at Firebat. Quote from Firebat. You see your opponent is chewing on a hat. That's a guy you can mentally break down. I mean, it's true, isn't it? Alright, I gotta put this cat outside. Kitty, you're purring too loud. We can't hang out right now. I'm doing a professional broadcast. All right. Well, I guess we will cut to a break while this is happening and get right back in the action when the players are ready. I'm sure they're giving Raynet a rest between the rounds. He's got a lot of games ahead of him. Oh, I guess we're back now. So, the two players that could come up to face the Noodle. We have either Omega Zero could be sent. A little bit of background information on him if you don't know who he is. He is the #1 points earner in China in 2016, the current #1 points earner in China in 2017. He has won multiple Gold Series Hearthstone tournaments. He is, I think he's the leader in the world in World Championship points currently. He loves aggro decks. And he played at BlizzCon. He got top 16 at BlizzCon. Unfortunately, was eliminated in the first group stage. But a solid, well-rounded player. Been consistent. Kind of like the star player of the Chinese team. If not him, it's Jason Zhao is the other big star player. Both of their BlizzCon representatives from China that did well. And then Lovely Chuk is also remaining. He started his career in the Gold Series Open and made it to the Gold Series Finals. And quickly from there become one of the best players in China. He won the Gold Series 2014. And in 2016, he won CN versus EU. Trying to claim the title as best region for China. He defeated Colento there and brought home a Ferrari. At 19 years old, he was the proud owner of a brand spanking new Ferrari. So Noodle's got his work cut out for him. He's got to beat a guy that owns a Ferrari, and he's got to beat a guy that is a ladder machine with over 7 #1 finishes on the Chinese ladder. I wish we could hear what he was saying. It looks like first up is Lovely Chuk. So they're saving the #1 rated player in China as the final boss. Can Noodle beat Lovely Chuk? The player that defeated all of Europe. So, if Raynet is able to take down Lovely Chuk, then essentially NA best region, or at least NA better than EU, because Lovely Chuk is the player that destroyed all of the hopes and dreams of Europe at at EU versus CN. So a lot of national pride on the line here. Or will Lovely Chuk be the guy that repeatedly proves that China is the best region, winning yet another tournament for China that is global? Commentators are casting their votes now. 1 vote, Lovely Chuk. They get to see the deck list, so they get an unfair advantage on these votings. So I would trust what they're saying. Except for the guy with the furry coat. He seems to never know what's going on. But I trust the other commentators. So there must be some lineup advantage for Lovely Chuk, because I have no idea what the deck lists are, but whatever coat guy votes, the opposite of that always happens, every time. Like, coat guy has no idea what's going on. He's got to be a meme streamer or something. I guarantee you he picks Raynad. Check this out. Yep. That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. Coat dude, no idea what's going on. Or he knows exactly what's going on, and he intentionally picks the side that's going to lose. Maybe that guy's voting who's going to lose, and the other guys are voting who's going to win. I don't know, but literally Coat Guy has missed 100% on every prediction. So Raynad's in trouble, guys. Alright, it looks like we're starting off with the Reno Freeze from Raynad, the deck that just took a win. Solid, unique, well-rounded, not too much draw, Reno Freeze, up against the more standard Reno Mage deck from Lovely Chuk. He does have the Archmage Antonidas in there, so I don't know how standard it's going to be. It's really hard to put it on a specific type while only viewing 6 cards, while 5 out of the 6 cards are essential standard cards. So we're just going to have to wait and see and try and understand it as it develops. I believe the players do know each other's decks, though. So the players will know what's going on, and based on how the players, start developing their game plan, we can kind of put a read on what the cards are inside of the Chinese decks. So it shouldn't be too bad trying to decipher what's going on. Oh, Niger tweeted you the CN deck lists. Did he? 1 minute ago. Here we go. Deck list from CN. Here we go. Fantastic. So we know what's going on. It's a shame that this is going to be outdated in like 30 minutes. Alright, so it is a Lovely Chuk. He is bringing Jade Druid. Interesting. Reno Lock, Reno Mage, Miracle Rogue. So he's got the anti-control lineup with the Jade Druid and whatnot. So even though Raynad has some control decks in there, you can see he's got the Reno Mage and he's got the Reno Lock. They aren't super control oriented still. Like the Reno Lock maybe more so. Without having combo can make it susceptible to Jade Druid, but it's still got Mountain Giant and Twilight Drake, so it can really put the hammer down on Jade Druid. So I wouldn't say it's that unfavored. And the Reno Mage, it has the ability to kill the Jade Druid, so it's not going to just get defeated by infinite Jade tokens like how typical Reno Mage fares against Jade Druid. Raynad's variation has the ability to actually deal enough damage to burn through both Feral Rages and still kill him. So the anti-control lineup might not work out the way that they're hoping it's going to work out, simply because of the well-rounded approach to the decks here. Other than that, Reno Lock from Lovely Chuk. Yeah, they're getting into the game. We'll go over deck list more on the next break. Looks like pretty standard Reno Lock. He's running the combo variation of Reno Lock. Standard combo Reno Lock, Faceless Leroy going on. Except he's got a Harrison Jones in there in the middle. And Rag, so a lot more damage oriented. The Reno Lock mirror is definitely going to fall in favor of Lovely Chook. Reynad takes the ban of Jade Druid. Lovely Chook bans Shaman. No Shaman in the lineup for Lovely Chook. The Chinese players seem to not really respect Shaman that much. A lot of the Chinese players not bringing Shaman. A lot of the Chinese players not banning Shaman. It's interesting. Manic Soulcaster. Value Reno Mage versus Freeze Reno Mage. So, a lot of the times, I was saying a bit earlier, this definitely falls in favor of the value-oriented Reno Mage. Manic Soulcaster is just so huge. Then it really comes down to this one simple thing, that Reno Mage is a pain to kill. Like, that deck, it's the deck that keeps on coming back. Like, you chop off one head and 3 more pop out. The thing is invincible. There's so much healing, there's ice block, there's so much board clear, so much single target removal. So, the way the decks are kind of built, Reynad has to kill Lovely Chook. Because if the longer the game goes on, the more time Lovely Chook has, the more resources he's going to accumulate. He has the ability to go Bran, Kazakis, Manic Soulcaster, add 2 additional Kazakuses to his deck, and create all 10 mana potions, meaning 4 10 mana potions, whereas Reynad can only create 2 10 mana potions, and the guy with 4 is going to have more value at the end of the game and have more cards remaining and win on value. So Reynad needs to end the game before it gets to that state. Well, it's really tough to do when your opponent has Reno and Ice Block. That interaction is crazy busted. It effectively gives them, 59 or 60 health, right? Because you have to deal 30 damage once, and then you have to deal 30 damage again because they heal all the way up. So, it's not going to be easy. Having tempo at the start, though, for Reynad is quite beneficial. Wants to be able to get in as much chip damage as he can, and sometimes, honestly, they don't draw Ice Block, and you can kill him right before then. That is a lot of burn that's accumulating. Unfortunately for Reynad, though, that random potion is randomly pretty good. Healing for 12, not too bad when your opponent has to kill you. And there is potentially some leeway for Reynad to get a really good Emperor discount on an Antonidas, generate like 5 or 6 fireballs, and then switch to the value line with the incurred amount of fireballs. But still, in order for him to do that, he's going to need to either Dirty Rat Kazakis or Manic Soulcaster, or he's going to need to force enough pressure that Lovely Chook's in a situation where he's got to use Bran without Kazakis, or Kazakis without Bran, or some piece of the combo without the Manic Soulcaster or something like that, so he can just bleed some value out of the Reno Mage from Lovely Chook, and then he can transition to the value game. But if he's unable to bleed any value out of the deck by pressuring it hard enough, then it's going to be bad news bears. Got a full hand of options. Appears he doesn't like any of them. Volcanic Potion to kill a single ooze. Doesn't want to take any more chip damage. Even with 12 healing in hand, I guess this is just afraid that taking too much chip damage he could just die. And he's right. Holy smokes. Talk about firepower. That's a comforting sight for sure, but you want to wait until you can get a wee bit more value out of it. So just keeping up on tempo, removing your opponent's minions. Lovely Chook's in a great position to try and take this. Brand Bondsbeard, not a lot of help with no minions in your hand. If Reynad starts committing removal to things like Azure Drake, then he's going to very quickly lose the ability to ever win with the burn plan. Looks like he's pinging the Drake down Just gonna try and set up for this volcanic potion on the following turn. Recognizes that he can't afford to waste fireballs on something like that. He needs all of the damage in his deck to be able to beat the amount of healing that there is just naturally in the Reno Mage deck, and even now, more so, when he finds out about this greater healing potion, he's gonna need a lot of damage. And Kazakis plus Manic Soulcaster is already found. So at minimum, Lovely Chook is gonna have 2 Kazakis potions, potentially 3 if he pairs it with Bran later on. Icelance just missing a Frostbolt. That's 10 mana with the Frostbolt, and it would deal 19 damage. So if he finds Frostbolt in the next 2 draws, and doesn't raise the suspicions of Lovely Chook, Reynad could have a surprise little lethal, but the issue here is Emperor's one of those minions you kinda gotta kill. And that's gonna break up this entire freeze burn plan for Reynad. And then if that plan gets destroyed, then he has to go on the value plan, and we can see how difficult it's going to be to outvalue the current hand of Lovely Chook. And the matchup's not going to go to Fatigue, so you can freely draw. It's very hard to go to Fatigue with 4 10-mana Kazakis potions. So he doesn't have to worry about holding back on any sort of draw or Arcane Intellect or anything like that. Because once you draw your entire deck and create 4 Kazakis potions, you're going to kill your opponent. That is a lot of value and a lot of pressure with 4 Kazakis potions for 10. Pressure the Fireball going in, trying to set up the Pyroblast for following turns. Needs 2 pings and then Pyro. Hoping that there's no Reno, no Ice Block, no Greater Healing Potion. Yeah, this is one of the big troubles with the these variations of Reno Mages. They perform so much better against Priest, which is a big upside, but the Mirror, you have to sacrifice that matchup. They also perform better against Reno Lock. You sacrifice the Mirror, and you sacrifice the Control Warrior matchup a lot of the time. So what is the way to optimize the amount of winning? And there's not a lot of burn left from Reynad's deck. You know, there's Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Pyroblast. So if you heal for 12, there should be no way that you can die. And then you could save Reno for even more healing later on. Unless you just value the body of Reno right now for the pressure. Reynad is at 15, and Lovely Chook does have Fire Lance Portal for 5 damage, so the pressure of a 4-6 body is not too bad. He's looking to try and close out this game. The Value Pyroblast. That's pretty sweet. You see, he's got the ability to try and go for the value game because he does have Bran plus the Cabal Courier, and maybe he top decks Kazakis and starts trying to compete on the value line, but the issue with that becomes, and this is really smart by Lovely Chook. Lovely Chook knows the only way that his deck is going to get outvalued by Reynad is if Dirty Rat comes out and ruins his Kazakis. So if Dirty Rat pulls Kazakis and then Reynad kills Kazakis, Reynad will outvalue him and win. But as long as he gets this out before the Dirty Rat, since the Pyroblast has been committed, the Burn's all been committed, he wins every time if he just does this combo right away. He adds an additional card to his deck. He gets 2 Kazakises guaranteed, potentially 3, with the Brand still waiting in the deck. It's a really nice play around the Dirty Rat. You don't need 4 Kazakis procs to win this game. You only need the 2. You only really need 1, but yeah, 0 is just where, you know, it won't cut it. Pretty sweet with the secret up. The Valet is going to be able to deal 6 damage. You just take out Reno Jackson or Water Elemental.
抱歉，您身上着火了。没有时间了。
10 mana Kazakus Potion. Draw 3 cards. Create an 8/8. Draw is curious. That's probably the highest value one, I think. Drawing 3. In a situation where both players are, you know, starting to run out of cards that do things, drawing 3 additional cards to just have more stuff to do on your turn and be able to apply more pressure is pretty powerful. Especially since the revive minions for Lovely Chook are quite small at this time. He's got Alex Straza as the only real big one. I guess he has Emperor too. Maybe revive wasn't offered to him anyway. Revive 3, but don't draw them. Yeah, I saw the 3 and I immediately jumped to draw. I forgot revive 3 and draw 3. I'm just trying to read it based on the numbers, guys. But Twitch chat seems to have notified me that it is in fact revive 3, which makes more sense. I think revive 3 is the best one for the situation. But who knows, it could still be draw 3. We have no idea. We're trusting Twitch chat at this point, and the Twitch chat's not the most reliable co-caster in the world. They're always there, but yeah, that's about it. Firelance Portal to pop the block. Still has Reno to recover. We continue cleaning up the board. The desperate struggle for life. So in order for Raydad to win this game, he needs to hope that Lovely Chook just really bricks on this Kazakus potion, or he needs to hope that after the Kazakus potion goes off, he top decks Dirty Rat, and Dirty Rat pulls out the Doomsayer from Lovely Chook's side, thus killing the entire revive. There's still always a chance, because although Kazakus is extremely powerful, it is also extremely RNG based. So if you just low roll really, really hard, all 4 of your Kazakuses, or wait, you only got 3 in this case, all 3 of your Kazakuses could potentially do nothing. Even then, though, I think Raynad's at a slight disadvantage, but it's doable. Tempo of the Emperor, or the value of the ping. Goes for the value of the ping. Well, is it time for the revive? Ooh, the brand before the revive. This means he's only going to have 2 10-mana Kazakus potions. Oh my, the Greater Arcane Missiles is so sick. 7 mana, deal 9. 3 missiles, each dealing 3 damage. If paired with some spell power, it's 7 mana, deal 12. Antonidas, no help. No answer for the brand. So the YOLO brand from Lovely Chook is going to be rewarded. I guess, technically, the RNG could go super haywire with the Greater Arcane Missiles. So it is a bit of a risk. But if it works out in your favor, take out the Burgly Bully. Seems like a nice clean turn. Denies the coins, doesn't want Reynad to have access to additional mana to do crazy Antonidas stuff. The Revive gets a Loot Hoarder, which gets closer to Fatigue for Lovely Chook. That becomes a problem. But hitting double 8/8s, not too bad. Reynad's out of Polymorphs. He doesn't run Kabbalist Tome. He has no more single target removal remaining in the build. So he's generating a fire. Oh, he does run Kabbalist Tome, actually. Oh no, that's Lovely Chooks. Yeah, there's no Kabbalist Tome in the build for Reynad. He's out of single target removal. He's even used the Pyroblast as single target removal already. He needs to find Kazakis to be able to deal with this. And he's got very limited time to do it. Nine cards left for Reynad, 6 cards left for Lovely Chook. He's going to be cycling the Loot Hoarders, so... If Reynad's going to be able to win this game, he would need to not get popped here, and unfortunately for him, he's getting popped here, so he doesn't have the time to get the Kazakis value. He needs Dirty Rat and heal at the same time. He needs, like, Arcane Intellect into Dirty Rat, Refreshment Bender. If he's able to get Arcane Intellect into Dirty Rat, Refreshment Bender, and Dirty Rat pulls out the Doomsayer, he still dies to the Greater Arcane Missiles. He's already played Babbling Book, so he can't get an additional Ice Block. Yeah, that's just going to seal it. The rough start, but that's kind of how that matchup goes. It's very, very difficult to kill Reno Mage, and when you're playing a deck that is fairly one-dimensional, like it can go the value route, but it can't outvalue value Reno Mage. So it has to be one-dimensional in that matchup in particular. The Reno Freeze just unable to compete with the amount of heal and the amount of resources available for traditional Reno Mage. Makes it a very one-sided matchup for the classic style of Reno Mage, which is one of the reasons why the Reno Mage sort of rose to popularity, the value-oriented one again, because the original cycle of Reno Mage meta went with classic Life Coach pure value Reno Mage into the aggro Pyroblast Reno Mage that was kind of popularized by Rage, getting top 10 with it on the Legend ladder, and then back again towards the value Reno Mage just because it was winning the mirror, and the mirror became such a popular matchup on ladder. Alright, so we have Rogue here for Lovely Chook featuring Burgling Bully. So this is a very anti-control Rogue, which makes sense. We all saw that Reno Mage deck, and that Reno Mage deck was very anti-control. He's got Jade Druid in the lineup, which is anti-control, so Lovely Chook in the Chinese lineup is basically kind of akin to what Chalky was in the North American lineup. He's the anti-control guy, so he has very similar decks. Chalky also had the Jade Druid and the anti-control Miracle Rogue, but Chalky didn't go as deep with Burgling Bully in there as well, but that's a card that's going to prove very, very useful against the control decks, and Lovely Chook is so anti-control that he runs one backstab. One backstab. That's insane. How do you ever beat Shaman or Warrior? He cut a backstab. That's pretty crazy. He cut backstab for Burgly Bully from a standard double conceal questing rogue. Yeah, he is not beating aggro with this deck, man. He is only beating control. That's a good hand. Raynad queuing up again the Reno Mage. Keeps backstab off the mulligan, but only runs one in his deck. If it's a card you're going to keep off the mulligan, why didn't you run two? Raynad's not got a pretty opening hand, but the way this matchup works, Flame Strike is one of the better cards in the matchup. It's always nice to just have it. Frost Nova as well, because these are the cards that allow you to interact with Stealth, which is the busted mechanic Rogue tries to abuse to get the edge over you. So oftentimes in this matchup, as the mage player, you try and play like Freeze Mage, where you have just tons of removal, since the deck runs the additional removal, and you can try and clear every minion, or you can go the other route with it, where you just try and use all your removal on their face and try and kill them. So it's got the flexibility to go either route depending on what your hand is dealt. And currently speaking, since Raynad's not getting any chip damage in and he's receiving a bunch of damage from the Rogue on his end, it seems to be more favorable to be going towards the outlast the damage plan instead of trying to rush his opponent down, where he just needs to stabilize, get a good Flame Strike off, clean up the board, and then try and Reno back up after that. The Reno Frost Nova combo is absolutely devastating to help you stabilize the board. And he's got the Ice Block already too, which is a very key card in trying to make sure that you don't die, and so that you can maximize Reno value. And this is one of the things that makes Reno Mage a lot stronger than Reno Warlock in these kind of matchups, because the power of Reno is controlled by burst. If your opponent threatens to deal 20 damage, then your Reno only heals you for 10, because they just leave you around 20, and then you have to Reno still because their deck threatens that much damage. Well, if you have Ice Block, they can't leave you around 20 and threaten that much damage. They have to still take you all the way to 0. So the effective health of the Reno Mage is then 60 life. And Rogue's effective amount of damage in the form of spells and cards, you know, they get Leroy, double Cold Blood, double Eviscerate, that's looking at like only 22. So you can see where it starts becoming a problem when they are able to connect Ice Block and Reno together, where the Mage can just have enough health. But the minion pressure that's coming off this game is extremely good from the Rogue side, and that's going to limit that health pool greatly. And we can already see Raynad's punched down to 15, and he hasn't even begun answering this board yet. This is going to be rough, and this Burgling Bully imposes a lot of problems. Oh my. Rogue with mass coins, what could go wrong? You know, you do what you gotta do. Maybe he never draws Gadgets and Auctioneer. And there's always a chance that both Gadgets and Auctioneers are the bottom 2 cards of the deck. I've seen it happen in a tournament setting before. One player was very salty. So it's not over till it's over. Anything can happen. Lovely Chook debating whether or not he wants to go in with an Edwin this turn, or just simply play an Ezra Drake. I don't see how you get punished if you just make a giant Edwin. But I also think Azure Drake's probably just strong enough. Because making the giant Edwin also makes the giant questing adventure this turn as well. So he's cashing in his coins immediately to try and put overwhelming pressure on the board. Double 10-10. It's not looking good for the Noodle. So what's the way out of this one? Again, Gadget needs to be at the bottom of the deck. But also, how does he answer this Edwin now? He's gonna get popped at 1 health. Finding Reno isn't good enough to stabilize. And Gadget has been drawn. So here comes the pop. Popped at 4 life. That is a powerful rogue draw, and Burgling Bully, the tech card for the matchup, came in super huge. Such a great card against control. It doesn't see play, though, on Ladder, for example, because all of Ladder is so many aggro decks, and they just ignore the Bully and kill you, so it's not exceptional in those matchups, but when you get to queue into the matchups you want, it's very solid for the anti-control control lineup. And Lovely Chook up 2-0 against NA's only hope. If Lovely Chook wins the next game, defeating Reynad 3-0, that means the Chinese team is going to be getting 150,000 RMB, which, how much US dollars is that? And then they divide it, it has to be divided among all 5 of them. They split it evenly. Even the guy that didn't play gets his share of the cash. I remember last year, played in this tournament from the NA side, and we won as NA, and we had players that did not play at all. Like myself, example, I didn't play at all day 3. The dog just cleaned it up for me. He beat, I think, like 5 players in a row or something crazy. And he was doing it with Control Priest at the time, with like Death Lords and stuff. That was a good time. I just showed up, hung out, and ate food and watched Hearthstone. And won a tournament. And that seems to be potentially what could happen here if Noodle doesn't make a comeback. So yeah, this is for about 22,000 US dollars divided among 5 people. So if Lovely Chook wins, then that means Omega Zero will make $4,500 for showing up and watching the tournament. He's the remaining player on the Chinese arsenal that hasn't played yet. The Warlock getting queued up. The Warlock is the one matchup where Noodle can actually get a win with the Reno Mage, I think. So you have to imagine he's going to continue queuing up that Reno Mage. It appears his strategy since the beginning has been to make sure that this matchup happens. So he's just wanted to make sure that the Warlock couldn't sneak out a win against any of the other decks first. He wanted to just hopefully try and get Lovely Chook to queue it on earlier on in the series, and it didn't line up that way for him, so the Mage got a little bit farmed, but this has got to be a good matchup for Reynad. So the tables have turned finally. The last few matchups, pretty brutal. But in this one, the Reno lock from Lovely Chook is a standard combo Reno lock featuring Harrison Jones. So it's got Leroy, Power Overwhelming, Faceless. The tech slot is Spellbreaker, which is fairly effective in the matchup for dealing with Doomsayers and whatnot, but they can't compete with the amount of burn that can come out of the Reno Freeze Mage. Can't really deal very well with Burgling Bully, so Reynad's got to have a slight edge going forward. That being said, the lack of draw in the build, with only Arcane Intellect being the real draw card, and Azure Drake being a cantrip, is a bit concerning, as burn decks and combo decks generally are supported by lots of draw, whereas Reynad cut the draw from the build to try and make it more well-rounded against aggro, since he was he's the noodle, man. He's the anchor of the entire lineup, so he has to try and beat everyone left at the end, so when you're the anchor, you kind of want a well-rounded lineup most of the time. So that's why his deck is designed the way that it is. The deck designed for the all-kill reverse sweep. Trading. Dan's game. He's setting up for the Forgotten Torch ping to remove the Azure Drake. He's playing around the Faceless Shambler, trying to ensure that there isn't large amounts of value gained from that. Cost of a lot of potential damage. Also sets up nicely for the potential just Burgling Bully to be threatening and trade into the Twilight Drake on the following turn. Kazak is coming down for a 10 mana spell. With a 10 mana spell, oftentimes you're going to want like summon and gain health, or some form of armor gain. Armor gain seems really crucial against Burn Mage. So it looks like summon 3, gain 10 armor. Not a bad little Kazakis potion. So that's going to be extremely powerful after the Jiraxis transition. Or maybe you just don't Jiraxis transition ever against Reynad's particular build of Reno Mage. It's got too much burn with the Ice Lance and whatnot. I think you want to try and avoid playing Jiraxis at all costs. But yeah, just gaining armor is going to be very useful. Ignoring the Burgling Bully, maximizing face damage. Plays a little bit into this Frost Nova play that Reynad now has available to him. I kind of like just Frost Nova Tempo Bran, because that kind of ensures that you're going to get a coin, because Lovely Chook is going to see that Bran there, see that he can't kill it, be upset about it, and hopefully use a spell to try and kill it, like some sort of Shadow Bolt or whatnot, allowing you to get a coin. It's only weak to Spellbreaker. Okay. Just opting to take the removal line. Doesn't want to utilize any of the freezes yet. Reynad understands that the freezes gain value the longer the game goes on. Since Lovely Chook doesn't run any burst, or no, he runs burst in his build actually. But still, the more pressure on the field, the more powerful the freeze is. So later on, when your opponent's developing 10 mana a turn instead of 6, then when you freeze the board, you're going to be stopping more power, so you can milk more out of the freeze later. But just relentless pressure coming out from Lovely Chook. Every minion, pretty much, has gone face. He's not respecting this Burgling Bully in the slightest. And he's getting rewarded for it, sneaking in a lot of extra damage. And every point of damage counts, especially since he's running the combo in his variant. The Kurubashi Berserker. Not as nasty as its counterpart, the Frothing Berserker. But that guy can still get pretty out of control, pretty frothy. Especially in Mage. If there's one deck where you'd want this basic card in it, I guess Mage. Lovely Chook has the ability to try and snipe it with Ragnaros. Oh, and he lands it too. I'm not sure if that's good or bad for Reynad. Both outcomes were pretty bad. And this way leaves him with no way to remove it, so I think it's the worst outcome for him. If Doomsayer comes down, Spellbreaker answers it perfectly, and a Faceless can be applied to the Ragnaros for massive damage. Alternatively, Spellbreaker could be used on the Ragnaros to just trade into the Doomsayer, and then you could save Faceless for combo viability. But I don't know, 2 Firing Rags sounds real good. Very quick Faceless. Alex draws is huge. You gotta YOLO, Alex. So Lovely Chook needs to try and pop Reynad while being as safe as possible. So he's got the ability to Power Overwhelming, trade up, gain 10 armor, and summon 3 minions. And I don't think he's even played Doomsayer yet. Holy smokes. That was a very powerful Reno Lock draw, and Reynad's Reno Mage draw was very underwhelming, to say the least. Typically speaking, you're going to find great success by the burn variants of Reno Mage in this matchup, but not when they pressure you down like that. That Ragnaros and the Emperor and the Kazakis. Reno Lock was firing on all cylinders that game. And sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. The noodle defeated. 150,000 RMB awarded to the Chinese team. That is about $22,000 that gets divided up among the 5 Chinese players. This guy didn't even play. Didn't even play a game. How'd you like to just get $4,400 for showing up? Would you look at that? I mean, I guess he probably helped with preparation and whatnot, but holy smokes. And this is only round 1, ladies and gentlemen. There is another round starting tomorrow. In China, the tournaments are a little bit different, and it's in 3 rounds. So, technically, neither NA or CN is better yet. Both players just kind of playing the field, tasting the meta for right now. And then what's going to happen now is both teams get to reassemble a new lineup, and we'll be playing best of 5 last hero standing instead of Conquest for round 2. Same prize pool for round 2, but everybody gets to build new decks, resubmit new lineups, and play another tournament. So it's pretty crazy, right? Like, they do 1 tournament for Conquest, 1 tournament for LHS, and then round 3 they do another tournament for best of 7 Conquest. So the team that wins 2 out of the 3 tournaments will be crowned the champion. But the prize money gets distributed, so it's pretty cool. And Coat Guy's wrong again, right? Coat Guy has a 100% success rate at picking the wrong player to win the game. Either he's a genius, or the opposite of a genius. I'm not sure yet, but he is nailed at picking the wrong guy to win 100% of the time. Every time Coat Guy says someone's gonna win, they go 0-3. That's pretty crazy. The curse of the Coat Guy, dude. You definitely don't want Coat Guy picking you. If anything, if you want to win this tournament, what you gotta do is you gotta slip Coat Guy $50 and tell him to pick the other guy. Maybe that's a little too superstitious, but I don't know. We've seen the results. The curse of the Coat Guy is real. He's got some superpowers, man. So, tomorrow. If you're interested in checking out the tournament, there's some links on Gosu Gamers with the deck lists of the players the deck list from round 1. I think eventually they'll have uploaded the deck list for round 2, which will be happening tomorrow. And on Reddit, there was a thread talking about the tournament, if you want more information there. And the start time for the tournament is 2 a.m. PST. So, if you're up at 2 in the morning, Pacific time, feel free to join in for day 2 of the tournament. And we'll see if NA can maybe bounce back now that they're more familiar with what the Chinese players kind of play. It's all about adapting, which is really cool. So, round 1 of the tournament, you kind of see their strategy. You have your own strategy going into it, but you're going into it pretty blind since the Chinese and North American scenes are so different from one another. And then after round 1, you kind of see, well, this is what they went with that time. The people that go with this sort of plan are probably going to go with this sort of plan for the next round. So you get to kind of adjust and see into their mind a little bit round 1, and then rounds 2 and 3, when there's more money on the line, you have more information, you get a better plan, you figure things out along the way. I remember when I played in this tournament, it was the end of 2015. We started out round 1, we got smashed our first round 1, and when I was playing, though, the prize pool for round 1 was like 15k, and then it was like 25k for round 2, and then it was like 50k for round 3 or something crazy. So we lost round 1, but then we came back, and I think we went undefeated round 2, and then won round 3. So don't count NA out just yet, man. It's a learning process. You got to change your decks, you got to figure out everything. And it's all about how you adapt, which I think is the coolest and most skill-based part of the game, is how you adapt to what your opponents are doing. So I believe in our men down there. Coach Noodle, figure things out, come back with a new strategy. Anyway, that's the end of day number 2. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Take care. Have a good rest of your day.